Welcome to the Red Death Mass stream. Come one, come all. Today on the stream we'll be reading three different stories. One of them is a two-parter, so the last one's a two-parter. Uh, but we've got some great stories, two of which I didn't get to last time. The first one is I Lived with a Fairy After the War. The next one is the second part of I'm an underground doctor at Mr. J's workshop, part two. And then we have excuse me, just chugged a Red Bull. My friends and I found a party in the woods we shouldn't have stayed, part one. So yeah, we've got essentially just three stories on the docket today. Won't be a super long stream, but we'll see how it goes. Sometimes stories can take longer than I have anticipated. First things first, shout out to Affectionate Leave 667. They made the thumbnail for my last few streams. I'll probably use that artwork for the foreseeable future for thumbnails. They also did this really cool banner for Tales from the Creeps, and yeah, just really cool, like this cool little wax seal artwork too. And yeah, they're an amazing artist. I like how just kind of like medieval and yeah, cool their stuff looks. It definitely any art they do for a story, I feel like is just gonna kick ass and just elevate the story that much more. And so uh obviously that's super badass, and shout out to them. Uh and yeah, just overall Tales from the Creep community, uh let's keep supporting each other in this subreddit. Let's there's been some drama recently on the Creepcast main subreddit, and I think that while I understand that's a bigger subreddit and it's meant for people to have conversations and stuff, I hope that on this subreddit, where it's really for stories and writers, that we can just all support each other and not accuse each other of things and stuff like that. So that's just one thing I want to say at the top. I won't go into the drama more. I might in the future. I really don't know what I'll do. Um, but yeah, I wanted to say that for Tales from the Creeps specifically, is that it's it's a subreddit that was basically created, just so that people, fans of Creepcast, could have a place where we wouldn't be going around to different subreddits or trying to get stuff kicked off or taken off a no sleep. And so it's great now that we have a subreddit that we can all come to and be a part of. And I just hope that at least on this subreddit we can support each other and not I don't know, not needlessly scrutinize each other, and that doesn't mean not critique people, but not stuff like that. What's up, rude dude? How are you? I'm good. Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm just chilling, just getting ready to read some stories here. I never know when to message you because I'm really not sure when you'll be awake or available, but I do want to have you on the stream here sometime soon. I don't know if you have any stories, rude dude, any newer stories that you would want to come on and read, but if not, maybe we could just read some other people's stories and chat about them, and I'd like to chat with you. So yeah, message me on Discord or whatever, because I just know our time zones are very different. I know you're usually here when I stream though, especially when I stream late at night, early in the morning. So yeah, let's do it. Let's plan on it, here. I do it on my next stream, you know what I mean? But yeah, I really wanna have you on as a guest. I wanna have Boots on here soon too. And then hopefully Pitiful Scream, maybe after that, or whenever they, have time. But yeah, who knows? But that's what's going on. It's like midday for me right now. That's kind of what I thought, but um, yeah, I didn't know that. Well, like, I don't know. I just didn't know if you were available on the weekends when I normally stream. Anyways, so. But yeah, so let's. Is there anything else I wanted to talk about at the beginning? I like to hop on stream and chat with you today, right now, or just in general. Because yeah, I'll get, or we can just patch you in on Discord right now. The other thing I wanted to say is I don't think it's up on Reddit yet, but Augustus Martis VT is posting his first story on Tales from the Creeps, I believe today. And I've seen it. I've actually, pre-read the story. And it's really cool. So, cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, here I will open Discord and we will get that going. Um but yeah, shout out to Augustus Martis VT. Look for his story. I think he said he's going to post it today. On Tales from the Creeps. I forget the name of it, but it will definitely, here when I pull up Discord, I can, here, let me blacken my screen really quick. When I pull up Discord, I can do cool. Yeah, take a few minutes, dude. You're good. Take all the time you need. And I will just open up Discord because yeah, I want to shout out his story too. That's why I didn't have it open. I always close it out before I go live, but then yeah, so the story The Bitter Slumber. I don't know if that will be the title that he posts it on, but he says he's supposed to going live on Sunday at around noon. So look for that. And yeah, I think his name is like Augustus Martis BT or something like that on Reddit. But just look for that story and give it a read. It's pretty short. It's it doesn't take long, but it was really good. It was a cool story. I don't want to spoil anything because obviously it hasn't been posted yet. I want to kind of let people see it. Maybe I'll cover it in the future, even though I've already read it. I like to read stuff live, but when it comes to shouting out people and stuff, sometimes I just don't get to read stuff. I kind of see it beforehand, or I've seen an early draft or something. So, but yeah, his story is certainly it's certainly gonna be you know all of his stuff is really dope. Sorry, I should do a better job of explaining it. He wrote like the Caver Gang stories, which on some other subreddits have won a lot of like awards and stuff. And he has this really cool universe set out for all of his stories where they're all, it's called the Bitterverse as he describes it. And um the way it's kind of been explained to me is they're all kind of like defrocked or dethroned like gods, like they're like old gods sort of turned into monsters, each in their own, or not even monsters necessarily, but just horrific entities, each in their own yeah, each in their own sort of way. And so I think it's really it's cool that he is still building it and still adding on to it. He has a book that's out on Amazon that I think is like the Caver Gang. It's that story. So go support him, but also just support the newer story too. I know I will when it comes out. Today, so Sunday. And yeah, I think that's been pretty much it. I continue to get comments and messages and stuff of people posting stuff, and all I have to say is like keep them coming, and just send me the link when it's ready. I appreciate when people let me know like, oh, I'll probably be posting this like next weekend or whatever, but um if you want me to check it out, the best way, the best chance of me reading it live is when you just send me the link once it's up, because then I know that it's good to go, and you know, um I won't like miss it or lose it in the shuffle or forget about it or anything, because I do have a pretty big backlog of other stories from this post right now, the Calling All Authors post on Tales from the Creep. I've got a ton of stories to get to, and I'm working on that. And so, but for people whose stories I've already covered, they're writing new stuff, or they're like, hey, let me send you this when it's done, or stuff like that, and all that's great. I want to get to that too. The best way for me to just do that is you just message me on Discord or Reddit or whatever, once it's up, and say, here's another one I just posted, check it out when you have time or whatever. And that's how I'll do it. And it works best for me that way too, because then I can just like add the link to a document that I have of all the links to all the stories. So yeah, but anyways, the first story that I'm going to be reading today is called I Lived with a Fairy After the War. It comes to us from Victor's Grave, and he's a top 1% commenter on Tales from the Creep, which means he probably reads a lot of stories and stuff, which is cool. And then I guess I'll just get into this author's note too while we're waiting for Rude Dude. I imagine he'll just message me on Discord. I have the thing open. I'll see when he pops online, but so this story is actually a horror AU, which I'm not 100% sure what AU means in this context. Does it mean augmented reality, or no? That's AR. Story. Type of fan fiction, or okay, so yeah, alternate universe story. Okay, so that's kind of what I thought. I didn't know the term for it, but from just based on the rest of his post, that makes sense. Is actually a horror AU, of two of my sci-fantasy original characters. So this isn't the OG story about them I've written. I posted this to the Creepcast subreddit months ago, so I'm just posting it here as it's the story I'm most proud of. I also wrote this in like a day, so sorry if there are any problems I didn't spot. Content warning for body horror, implied domestic abuse, and World War II references mostly at the start. It's funny to do a content warning for World War II references. I know some pretty heinous shit happened during World War II, so I mean, I understand why he added it, but I also just think it's funny to be like content warning historical atrocities, you know what I mean? Because it's like, I just find it funny. It's like, I will, in this story, I might mention something else that happened at one point in time that was bad. And yeah, just be prepared. Yeah. But so yeah, that's really cool. I like that this person already has a fleshed out universe and characters, sci-fi fantasy is right up my alley. I love listening to sci-fi books, fantasy books at work, as well as like lit RPGs, which are kind of, like they kind of fall in both sci-fi and fantasy genres, but they also incorporate like video game elements into them. And yeah, that's some of my favorite stuff to listen to. So I would be interested in checking out this other story that they've written that's sci fantasy. Now, to say that, I think that that's a great idea for you if you're someone who loves like horror and creepcast, but you also already have characters from something else that you like to write for, that you're rather than just starting from scratch and like whatever, why not just write a story about these characters that you already have, that you already know and you like to write for, and put them in a horrifying situation and build it into part of their lore. And then if you have fans of your original story, you can be like, oh, and if you want to hear more stories about characters A and B, you can read this story online. And that's really cool too, right? Because you don't have to publish something that you're trying to publish like in a book form. You don't have to take a piece of it and put it online. You just write something new that's more horror related, and it saves. And I've mentioned it before how like a lot of really lit RPGs and fantasy stories and stuff that I read, and even sci-fi, they have really cool elements. I mean, sci-fi horror is great, right? Alien and all that shit, Predator. But yeah, there's obviously a lot of room in those genres. Like when you have a person fighting a fucking orc, or like a dark wizard who's like whatever, like clearly there are horror elements incorporated into that. And so I think it's worth kind of expanding what the creepypasta genre, or what the Tales from the Creep horror genre can really mean. Like it doesn't just have to be about modern day people stuck in a cabin, with a serial killer, or with you know, a Wendigo chasing them through the forest type of thing. You can have these really cool fleshed out what do you want to call them? Genre bending stories, right? Where they might kind of start off like fairy tale or fantasy or whatever, but then they incorporate those horror elements. I'm all for it. I mean, plenty of creepypasta starts off, or it's supposed to be scary, right? But it just goes into full like action movie. You know what I mean? Think of like Jane the Killer and stuff like that. It's like it doesn't really, it might try to like stay horror, or it might it might think that it's still doing horror when really it just turns into, no, I got experimented on and I became like a Wolverine uh mutant who has all these superpowers and shit. And really, is that really horror anymore? I don't know if it is. I think it's like action horror at that point, which, I mean, I think more and more movies and stuff are realizing that genres can be bent and broken. I just saw Anaconda with Jack Black and Paul Rudd, and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. You had, the comedy elements which were really strong and fun. You also had the fact that it was about movie lovers trying to make like, or trying to reboot their one of their favorite horror movies. So in my opinion, that movie was definitely like a horror fan's a love letter to horror fans, and was super fun because not only does it incorporate a lot of the original tropes and stuff from the original Anaconda movies with like J-Lo and Ice Cube, but it also it was just, the horror elements in it were fun, but it wasn't like, it was a comedy first. It was trying to be a comedy first that just could jump scare you once in a while, and it made it really fun for me. I really liked it, and I know a lot of people don't like movies about like the movie industry or making movies, but I mean, I really do. Some of my favorite, especially comedies, kind of run in that vein. Like, I really like, Tropic Thunder, or, I mean, Hot Rod to a certain extent. They're not like making a movie, but they're trying to, they make a movie in that movie, to try to save Frank, um, yeah, and just there's a lot of really good, I think, ways that people can start to bend genres and incorporate things that they like. I know I want to do it with comedy, like in my writing, and my horror stories in the future, and so that's my hope, kind of moving forward, is to be able to do that. And it sounds like this writer, Victor's Grave, is doing that in a really cool way with sci-fi fantasy. So shout out to them. Here. Although I can't make any, I might join the stream and then suddenly become illiterate. All right, you're good. Sorry, let me make sure my screen, yeah, still. Ugh. Video or voice call. Sorry, I just never know if people actually want to be on camera when they come on, so I want to. All right, voice is fine. I just is it the same quality? I know you're going to see this a little bit later, rude dude, but is it the same quality if we do voice call? Like, or will it cut out more, is the only thing I worry about, cuz If not, we could do voice, or we could do video, but then just have your screen, not show you on screen. Um,
I don't know if I can. I'm hearing you
Hello?
twice now. I think I'm hearing you on the stream.
Okay. Yeah, mute the stream for sure.
All right. So now it's just gonna be a little bit of a delay between you talking here
Okay.
and the stream.
Yeah,
But yeah,
for
I muted
sure.
the stream.
Okay, cool. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, great, great. Good to chat with you. Finally, even though we're doing it on stream, I'm excited
Yeah,
to do it.
it's been a long time coming.
Hell yeah, for sure. So I know this is kind of weird, but what should I call you? Should I call you Rude Dude? Should I call you Alien
You
Man
can
with the
call me.
skateboard?
You can call me anything. You can just call me Rude, or you can call me by my name, which is Rudolph.
Rudolph? Okay, right. I was gonna say, yeah, isn't your name? Yeah, Rudolph. Okay. I I,
Yeah,
I knew that at one point, but I think I must have forgotten it. So okay.
yeah. It's in my Reddit name, I think.
Yeah,
Ruder.
right. Yeah, it's that tag. Okay, hell yeah. Well, Rudolph, sir, you are, you have to be, I would say, I don't know if number one fan is the right word, but number one supporter of at least me and my channel. I think you pop in on the most streams.
Can I get a badge for being number one fanboy?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Here, I'll try to on YouTube. I don't know. I think I could mod you if you just want to be a mod, but I don't know what that really entails.
Yeah, me neither.
But
I don't know.
yeah, I will certainly give you, I will certainly find a way to yeah, give you a badge, whether it's on YouTube or Reddit or whatever. But yeah, so I just want to say, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. It's been awesome just getting to talk with you in the chat over this past like year or whatever, and dive into stories together. I feel like I always have a brother in arms to like,
Yeah, no,
to take
it's
on
been
the
really cool.
horrors. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, tuning into your streams, getting to listen at least to more fan stories. Because I
Yeah,
can't
for
always read
sure.
them myself, but
Yeah.
it's nice to have a
Yeah.
different medium to enjoy them through.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Here real quick, 1 second. Because I know you muted the stream. I'm gonna listen to the stream on my phone just to make sure that your voice is coming through like loud enough and stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna do that as well. I might have to listen to my own voice, but we'll make sacrifices.
um yeah, and it won't take long. It's just something that I need to remember to do when I have guests, and I feel like I haven't really been doing it that much. So when I have had guests, so I'm like, I should do it.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre, like seeing you speak, but then like hearing you like 5 seconds ago. It's like I don't know, not used to it.
Okay, yeah, you're coming through fine. Okay. It's important to test these things for somebody like me that doesn't know what the fuck I'm doing. Um,
Yeah,
well, that's why.
experience.
Well, that's why too. I was gonna say if you want to like, rather than watch the stream and see me talking on a delay, if we did a voice call on Discord, you could still have your camera muted, but then at least you could see me, and maybe there wouldn't be as much of a delay, if that helps you at
Yeah,
all.
I'm sure we could just hop on a video call. if the internet bandwidth supports that.
Yeah, I had to do. Okay. This didn't work last time, but yeah, for some reason, I think maybe because I'm streaming through that camera, it doesn't want me to be on a voice call with it at the same time. Okay. Well, there you go. If you go on Discord now, you should be able to see me at least, if that helps you.
Yeah, I can see you. I'm sure you can also share your whatever you're reading.
Yeah, I will send. Yeah, I will send you a link. Through Discord.
Yeah.
The story is called "I Lived with a Fairy After the War," and I hope he's not using that term derogatorily, because that would be messed up.
With one of his
he's like,
fellow combatants.
Yeah, he fell in love with one
and
of
they
his.
move it together. It's just like a very sweet romance story.
Yeah, with one of his, fellow comrades, but like he's still super homophobic, so he's like just puts him down constantly, and the other guy's like, I know he doesn't mean it.
He's actually a very nice guy.
He's so sweet, but he it's just his father talking, But yeah, so I just sent you the link. Victor's Grave is the author. I don't know if you heard me rambling on, but I was talking about how this story is a horror alternate universe version. He writes sci-fi fantasy, and he took original characters from those stories that he's already written, and he wrote them into a horror story. So
So is the story a sci-fi fantasy, or is this a different genre?
From what I can tell, no. I mean, I think it's like a historical. I mean, it seems like it's about World War II. So
yeah.
I think it's just like historical horror, maybe. But who knows?
The fairy element does make me think it might be some fantasy.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I was gonna say. Is like fairy can mean in all the fantasy I've read, it's like fairy. You just know that fairy means something different in each book that you read. Like sometimes it means basically elven, sometimes it means like, straight up like trickster, spirit of the forest. Sometimes like I've read some literary RPGs where the fairies are just like these dark, demonic, like super technologically advanced like creatures, that like hate humanity but also need humanity. So yeah, I just know that if a story has fae or fairy creatures in it, I just know that it's probably going to be different from each story. So definitely some or some fantasy influence too in this, I would presume.
Yeah.
But since I have you here, and you're a guest,
also a very weird creature to choose for a horror story, a fairy.
Yeah. Well, but here's why I think, like, I agree it's not that common, but I also kind of disagree in that it makes sense because there's a few tropes that always exist throughout almost all the stories that have fairies in them. One is like the deal. Fairies like are deal makers, which that's very like Crossroads, like devil-esque, where people they make some sort of bargain and it doesn't go the way they want it to, right?
Yeah, like,
and so that's like trickster spirit sort of a thing. And so that's why like I do think it makes sense to have whatever fairies be incorporated into stories, and then also like fairies can kind of be this thing where sometimes they're like a spirit of the forest, sometimes they're like whatever, like druid amalgamations of like tree, like think Lord of the Rings and the Ents, sort of things where they're like full grown walking trees, or sometimes they're, little small like Keebler elf looking motherfuckers. And all those I feel like as long as you make them scary, all those like have a
Yeah.
lot of room to be very scary. Yeah, they don't have to be, but um,
And obviously, like I'm not imagining like some Tinkerbell-esque monster in the story, but it could be an interesting
right,
twist on the trope of a fairy.
right, yeah, for
To
sure,
make it a horror. Yeah.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Um, but yeah, since I have you as a guest, I just wanted to say like, or I just wanted to ask you, um, obviously I've read like, No Strings Attached. I've read a few of your stories. But I don't know what kind of got you into writing. Have you always been writing? What, was it Creepcast? Did you just become a fan of the
Um,
podcast so then you wanted to write, or what's your story?
yeah, I'd say Creepcast definitely got me writing horror stories. Like I
For
was
sure.
I was writing before that, but it was like never publish or show anybody type of writing,
Right.
unless it's for like a class or something. Because I did do some writing courses and stuff where I had
Yeah.
to like write various stories, but I never really like
Nice.
published those except like or showed them to anyone except my lecturer or whatever.
Right.
But but yeah, I was writing before Creepcast, but then I like right after I graduated, I took like a 2 year break from writing just to like focus on my work, which wasn't writing, and
Right.
then like spent 2 years like listening to Creepcast because I think they started in what 2023,
Yeah.
and that's
That
right when
sounds
I
about right.
graduated. So I like
Right.
basically started listening to Creepcast for 2 years or like a year or something, and then I was like, you know what, I can do this shit, and then I just
Yeah. I want to throw my hat in the
yeah,
ring.
exactly. Like you listen to them give all this like advice to writers as they're reading their stories and like the do's and don'ts and all that, and then you're just listening and you're thinking to yourself like, if I follow their advice, I can probably write a pretty decent horror story.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I know what to
Well,
avoid
and
because of all the crash shots and stuff.
yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. You know what kind of to do and maybe what not to do. You get examples of both. Yeah, I would
Yeah,
say that the podcast, like, and I mean, the Tales from the Creep subreddit is just one example of it, but I would say maybe one of the most like unintentionally inspirational podcasts I've ever listened
yeah,
to. And, just in the sense that it's like, it shows you, it obviously gives you pointers and stuff for being a storyteller and writing or making your short film or whatever it might be, your creative project that you're working on. But then it also shows you how not to take that too seriously and how to like approach it in a way that's just fun, if that makes sense.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
yeah, so I feel like that is a lot of what made me want to like read the stories live for people to listen to myself, but then also just yeah, I never like I grew up liking mystery and horror, some horror writers like Edgar Allan Poe and stuff I've talked about. It's obviously a big influence on me, but even though I always wanted to be a writer, I never thought like, oh yeah, I want to be a horror writer though. Like I like Stephen King, but I just always thought I would, I never thought I'd be this involved in like a horror writing community, I guess is what I'm
yeah,
trying to get at. And I think the reason for that is like, the podcast is so funny too and is so just entertaining in so many different ways that it just really made me like, oh yeah, I just need to be a part of this cuz I like discussing stories and I like breaking them down too the way that these guys do. And so if I can do some small version of that, I know that that'll be like creatively fulfilling for me. So I
Yeah.
totally get the whole like I was a writer. I've written some things, for school or whatever. But then once I started listening to the podcast, it lit a fire, or it rekindled that fire, so to speak.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
obviously, like 2 years listening to a podcast about horror, your taste changes and stuff, and you do shift more towards enjoying horror stories than just
Oh, for sure, for
regular
sure.
media. And I
Absolutely,
always
yeah.
love horror movies and stuff like that, and like scary stories. Like my brother's a big fan of creepypasta. He's the type of person to turn on a creepypasta every night
Okay.
and just let it autoplay the whole night,
Right,
and then all you hear
gotcha.
from his room is just creepypasta after creepypasta playing,
Uh,
like
gotcha.
Mr. Creepypasta or whatever narration channel on YouTube.
Right, yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's funny too, because now that is like, how I go to sleep. Like I'll listen to episodes of Creepcast or whatever, but yeah, for a long time I was like, well, you know, like, whatever before Creepcast, I was like, I don't know if I want to listen to horror stories to go to bed, like, you know, uh, and so for a while there, I was just listening to like, whatever, like fairy tale, bullshit, like to fall asleep to channels. And yeah, and it would make you sleepy or whatever, but you wouldn't really get invested in the story at all. You wouldn't really care. Um, and then like Creepcast came along, and then now all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, I'll go to sleep listening to any story. I don't care. So you're totally right about the taste changing, and uh,
Yeah.
you know, just becoming more whatever attuned to it, or more like yeah, numb to it in a way. Um,
Exactly. What was your
yeah.
first like exposure to the creepypasta like side of the internet?
So like I had one friend I remember growing up that like kind of explained to me like when when people like when Slender Man kind of like happened, or like when that
Oh
those
yeah.
murders happened, those real life murders happened. He kind of explained to me that like, oh well, there's like online writing communities called like creepy pasta, where people post all different types of stories, and apparently the Slender Man type of story was a really big one that a lot of people got into, and apparently these girls in America got into it, and then I don't know, like convinced themselves or convinced each other that they needed to kill
Yeah,
for
they're trying to kill
Slender
someone.
Man or whatever. That's
Yeah.
a crazy, that's obviously a crazy real life example. But I remember just not fully like understanding what creepypasta was until even Creepcast came out. I feel like I still now I have a good grasp on it, but I really didn't grow up much with it. Like I knew people wrote online horror, but when people threw that term around like, oh, it's copy pasta, or oh, it's a like a creepy pasta, I knew that just meant like something posted online, but I didn't
Yeah.
know that there was like the two types of creepy pasta, where there was like, who is phone, or like bullshit ones where people aren't really trying and they're just trying to like
Who was
meme and be
both?
funny and be cringy. And then there's like, the pen pals in the 1999s or the whatever, where they're like,
Yeah.
they're a much more serious, like interesting story. And so I feel like I missed out in a lot of ways. And so that's why I, like the podcast so much, is because I am, even when they read these classic stories, a lot of them, I've never heard of before. I don't, I think maybe Jeff the Killer I had heard of like a few times growing up, and not knowing like that it referenced a creepy pasta. But um like I'd seen the photos or whatever online and just been like, oh, okay, Jeff's
The
creepy,
only one that
or whatever.
the only one I actually heard of before was the Russian sleep experiment, and that I think was my first creepypasta that I listened to. And that
Right.
was like one time I went to visit my brother and I had to like spend the night there at his place. And he put that story on right before bed. And I was like probably like 14, 15 years old. I had no fucking clue what creepypastas were. And he just
Yeah.
starts listening to this story about like a Russian sleep experiment. And my dumbass thought it was real.
Right. Yeah.
And
You
I swear
thought.
to God,
Yeah.
I couldn't sleep that night because that story was
Yeah.
just like stuck with me. And years later, when they made the Creepcast episode about it, I'm just laughing at the story, be like, "Oh my God,
Yeah. Hell yeah.
it's crazy."
See, and that's awesome. And I wish someone would have even just shown me like a narration channel back then to be like, here, like you don't have to like go find these stories
Yeah,
online. You could just listen to it here, you know, because
it was
I
big.
probably would have at least listened to some, or if there was a popular one I heard about, I might have, you know, found it or whatever. But, you know, I just didn't at the time. But I guess in some ways it's better because now it's just all fresh and new and fun to me.
Yeah,
And so
like the
yeah,
resurgence of
yeah,
creepypastas with
exactly.
Creepcast.
Yeah, no, and that's what I would say is that, you know, obviously Creepcast has led to a resurgence just in all facets of online horror, just across the board, whether it's like analog stuff on YouTube or, you know, whatever.
Yeah,
It's definitely, yeah, it's definitely promoted it in a big way that you know, a lot of other stuff maybe couldn't have broken through to like a mainstream audience or whatever.
yeah. I saw Creepcast is almost at a mil. I think last I checked, there were like 800 something thousand subscribers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, do you mean on YouTube or?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess they are almost at a mil. I just I guess I haven't been paying attention to their YouTube subscribers cuz I just know like on Spotify, and don't get
Yeah,
me
their
wrong,
Spotify is also pretty crazy.
I started to listen to the episodes on YouTube. Like I was a strict YouTube viewer at first, but then when they started to promote the Spotify, I was like, well, I guess I don't use Spotify that much, but maybe I could listen to on there. And now my phone doesn't die as much, which is ultimately a good thing. Because I'm listening on Spotify and it's not, you know, it doesn't take up quite as much battery or whatever when you're not watching a video every time.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, that's always
Also
good.
depends on
But
where you listen to it. If you're like at work or driving or
yeah,
whatever. Because
right,
when I'm
yeah,
driving, I always Jesus, they almost have 100,000 reviews on Spotify, and they're all 5 star.
yeah,
Because they're
yep,
still at
all
5 stars
five,
on Spotify.
yep,
That is
yep.
insane.
Yeah. Yeah, and like
Such a dedicated audience.
if you look at the weekly charts, like yeah, they definitely jump around, but I think that like, you know, I don't know, it seems like really at any point they can be number 1 for a short amount of time. Sure, that'll change, but they're always up there in the top 50 now,
Yeah.
which is a huge accomplishment on its own. So yeah, it's dope, and it's a fun community to be a part of for sure.
Yeah, no, it's definitely crazy to think how many like new horror stories are being written that they inspired.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think when you look back and say like, you know, uh as far as like people new authors, you know, I don't know if like much has inspired so many new people that have never written a story before to go ahead and write stories. I think, you know,
Yeah. It
because
was
I
like
see it all.
relatively quiet for like the first year of Creepcast, and then like after that, like the floodgates just started opening and people just started
Yeah,
like
well, and because part of it was because I think they were still figuring it out, and then they were
yeah.
like, they would hear more and more of these horror stories, no pun intended, about no sleep, people getting fucked over or fucked
Yeah,
around by no sleep. So they eventually were just like,
exactly.
put them on our subreddit, you know what I mean? And then because of that, I think then once they started to kind of do those open calls, because there were, I mean, there was a Creepcat, it was called Creepcast Submissions, but there was that subreddit like
Yeah, I
in the
remember that
first
one.
year. And
That
pretty
wasn't an
much,
official one, but they
no,
posted a
it
lot of stories
wasn't. It
there.
wasn't. But yeah, it was pretty much immediately there were some people writing, but then as they started to be like, put them on our subreddit or post them, blah blah blah. Yeah, then the floodgates just opened,
Yeah,
in a big way
especially
for
once I started
sure.
reading fan stories.
Yeah, and then now, yeah, with obviously with our homie Pitiful Scream and
Yeah, that was
you know,
crazy.
drumming in the clouds. Well, and
I knew
did
that
you
story was gonna
see
be on Creepcast eventually. I just didn't think it would be that soon. But that's crazy.
that was my thought of it too, is I was like, it'll probably be one of the first of like this most recent push of like fan stories, and because it's
Yeah,
always been on every, and it's not just posted on one, it's posted on a lot of the horror subreddits, but it's always done well. The artwork is sick, like it's just a cool story, you know. But yeah, I was super surprised. And then did you see when they were reading the post and reading the names of people who had helped him?
yeah,
Did they read your name? Was your name on that list?
yeah. Hunter read my name, but I think Pitiful wrote my name instead of Easy. He put threes, and I don't
Oh,
blame him because I do go by that on some platforms. But
right.
then when Hunter
Yeah.
read it, he had a bit of a struggle. He read Rude E, Dude E,
Right.
like
Okay.
something
Right.
very
He read
creepy.
Rudy. Yeah. Yeah. No, I do remember that because I remember being like, I think I know who that is. But, and then the last name, he didn't
Uh,
read mine, but mine was the
Ariel
very
doesn't
next
like.
next
Yeah, I
name, and
saw
I
yours
was
was
just
there as
like,
well.
fuck, because I don't want
Yeah,
like not. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love a full fledged, like, they're like, go subscribe to Red Death. Like, that would be awesome. I would love that.
yeah,
But even to just hear the name Red Death Mask come out of Hunter's mouth, like, I would definitely, I would
yeah.
definitely be a little fanboy and clip it and be
But
like, oh, look at this, I've made it, motherfucker. No, I just go on the Reddit and just immediately start talking shit on the main Creepcast Reddit, like,
yeah, but like, yeah, I'm that guy.
um yeah, that's me, bitches. No, but yeah, yeah, it was just funny because I remember, yeah, seeing that, and I remember, obviously I was super happy for Pitiful
Yeah,
Scream. Is it 97? I always forget the numbers, but anyways,
93, I think.
93. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was so happy for him, but then I couldn't focus on that because, like, I was listening to Hunter and waiting to see him write it, and then I was like, fuck. And I was mad for like 30 seconds, and I was like, but that's really cool that they're reading a story that I've already covered. And so it was this weird sort of like ping pong
Yeah,
between like selfish desire for clout, and then like just so happy that somebody that I've talked with and read their
supported. Yeah,
story is now getting that sort of recognition. And I was like, this is just cool no matter what. This is just fucking great. And
yeah,
it's great for other, writers and stuff to show that, like, yes, they might one day read, and they've read more fan stories. That wasn't the first one, but they're like,
yeah.
it
I think
is
that's the first
cool.
fan story that they've kind of given a full episode to that hasn't
Right. Yeah.
been like a
Exactly.
established author or something. This is like a
Yeah.
relatively new, out of nowhere writer.
Right. Yeah. And it wasn't somebody who was like unestablished before, whatever,
Yeah,
had a story that was doing well on its own, and then they just, completely shined a spotlight on it. And so that gives me, that just made me feel all fuzzy inside.
it's also very much an underdog story because I think the original Postal has like 100 and something upvotes, where usually they only really cover stories once they have like 4,000 upvotes on Nosy or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yep.
So
Oh,
it's
for
still like
sure.
an underdog, but it did hit hard, and it
Yeah. Yeah, it's a definite, I would say, like, underdog story, and then sort of just like one of those where, um, like, hard work pays off, because I know he's been promoting that story for a while. I know he was really all his stories, but like, it just a few weeks before it was like number one on creepypasta.com or whatever, which I have no idea how hard that is or whatever. But that's crazy too. So I was just like, yeah, it was just one of those things where I was like, oh hell yeah, somebody who deserves it got the recognition, and yeah, it just made me happy for him. And yeah, it
Yeah,
was
it's
it
pretty
was
hardcore.
crazy to see, and seeing that thumbnail and stuff and being like, I know what this story's about, was like a brand new feeling for me, I don't normally know what the story's about, and so to see that, I was just like, oh hell yeah.
Did the thing where you point at the screen like, I know that.
I know him. I know that guy. Yeah, had anyone been around, I would have totally been doing that shit. Uh, yeah, it's like someone on reality TV where it's like not even a big deal at all, and you're like, I know them. um, but yeah, anyways, so yeah, it's great chatting with you. Do you wanna get into this story? Do you want to start reading it, or do you want to keep chatting? Do you want to? Is there anything else you want to kind of like promote or talk about before we get
Well,
into the stories?
I would love to hop right into the story, but unfortunately, I have to like go right now because I promised someone that I
Okay.
would take down Christmas lights, and if I don't do it now, I go back to work
Okay.
tomorrow, then it's just gonna be up there until February. So
Oh
I
fuck
gotta go
yeah.
do that
No,
now.
you're good. You're good, bro. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
hell yeah. Well,
hopefully
I
I'll be back in time to catch the stream again.
yeah.
Thank
Well,
you.
and hopefully too. Just I like the idea of just having you hop on in the future, whenever
Yeah,
you can, and give your opinion about a story or whatever, if you got to listen to it live.
yeah.
That'll
I
be
don't know how
cool.
long I'll be streaming for today, but hopefully I
Yeah.
come back in time to catch some stories.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, or just on future streams even too, because yeah, I want it
Yeah,
to be able to be like that, where people can just kind of pop in and pop out if they have time. It doesn't have to be a full scheduled thing. You know,
yeah.
for sure.
All right, awesome.
Hell yeah. Well,
I'll be happy to get back anytime.
yeah, thanks.
All right, I'll see you later then. Maybe.
Yeah, see you later, man.
Bye.
Have a good one. Peace.
Enjoy the stream.
Will do. All right. Well, that was Rude Dude Rudolph, one of the greats, one of the OGs, one of the you know the silent heroes of my channel in terms of just supporting me and supporting the authors, reading the stories, commenting on the stories. Just a cool dude. But I feel bad now because the stream's been going on for a while, and we haven't read a single story yet. So let's get into I Lived with a Fairy After the War from Victor's Grave. I was 19 when the war ended. My brother was 23. My mother was 43, and my father was dead. My mother had often told me and my brother how lucky we were to take after her. How if we even had a hint of our father in us, we would have been taken from her and killed. She told us that we were lucky that we weren't forced into being soldiers either. That when we could have been forced to fight for the same people that killed our father. Interesting. The whole title of I Lived with a Fairy After the War, I feel like kind of implies that the person who lived with the fairy was in the war. But I understand that at a time like in after World War II, like everyone, people always talk of in terms of the war, right? Even if they didn't fight in the war themselves, they talk about like, well, when the war ended, I did this. When the war ended, this happened. So I guess it makes sense. I just was picturing in my mind a soldier coming back from the conflict. So now I have to kind of like redraw the picture in my mind of what I saw. And to have, I wonder what country they're in, but to have two children of like normal soldier age, 19 and 23, at least when the war was over, who have not been forced to serve in World War II, is kind of crazy. So I'm wondering like what country they were in and what their circumstances were, but interesting I don't know, interesting start. The stories are already subverted my expectations in a few ways. So I'm just I'm even more curious now. And I like the idea of maybe two brothers who didn't fight in the war now, whatever, having their own sort of a battle, maybe. Yeah, it's fun. It's interesting. And the mother being like, "You're lucky you're not like your father. Otherwise, you'd just be dead." And it's like, what? Okay. A few months after the war ended, my mother took me and my brother out of our home country and to the United Kingdom. Interesting. So it's being very vague. So I do wonder if maybe they're German or were German. Sorry. But now I'm so sorry. I got to go to the bathroom, but I'll be right back. That's what you get for chugging a Red Bull before you stream.
Far from the
Right off. Yeah.
yeah, but
That actually to have your room where you make love be called bedrock is pretty sick. That's pretty sick.
That was pretty funny.
Where
that's
are
the
we?
whole
Are
song.
we? Are
That's
we
the
still
whole
even
song.
talking about Slender Man? What the hell is this?
Hold on, I just want to finish through this list. Okay, we're almost done, Your Honor. If you'll give me a second to retort. All right, bacon.
I don't like. I like turkey bacon. Can I get half a point for turkey bacon?
No, you can't. As long as you have to still like pork bacon, and you can prefer turkey bacon, but if you don't,
I
like
can't
pork
help.
bacon
When I
at
was
all,
younger, I
then
liked it, but the older I get, the more the smell makes me gag, dude.
I'll tell you this, that the older I get, the less I need bacon all the time.
Yep.
But I tell you what, having like some over easy eggs with your toast and like juicy bacon in the morning, it's hard to beat.
I don't mind like a bacon cheeseburger every once in a while, but I will not actively go out to see it.
Those are good. Okay, so I'm leaving bacon on there. Old people.
Waste of space. Get them out.
All right. Disney adults.
Oh,
that one's fine.
probably the worst.
That one's understandable. Pears.
You know what? Canned pears, not bad.
But what about what have you said you hated pears in the past? Is that where that comes from?
I can't remember the web of eccentric tales I've told. I don't. A raw pear. Well, people got mad that I said a raw pear one time, as if the canned pears were anything different. I guess I mean a pear with the skin still on it, like a nice Bartlett pear from the store. I don't think I've ever bought one consciously.
Interesting. Okay. Let's see.
I feel like I'm like a doctor's visit.
Taylor Swift.
You know what? I can pop my pussy to some Taylor Swift sometimes. So yes, I don't mind Taylor, dude.
Doesn't she hate you?
Taylor Swift? No, she doesn't know me. Taylor Swift fans do. Taylor Swift fans.
That's right.
She never.
All right, sorry. Let's get back to the story. My bladder is empty, and now I'm ready to rock. Ready to rock and roll, baby. I do want to show my screen again. So let's do. Yeah, we got some things to fix here. There we go. We can center my camera again too. Woohoo. All right, let's do this. A few months after the war ended, my mother took me and my brother out of our home country and to the United Kingdom. She told us it would be safer to be in a different country than where we had grown up. She even had us change our names to be more English. So people didn't know about our roots. Jamin, my brother, became James. And I went from Varric to just Rick. I feel like those are German names. Now, could they be German Jews? I don't know. But if they stayed in their country the whole time, then probably not, because they probably wouldn't have survived. So, although the father did die, so there's some, it was strange, but it was needed for our new lives. We moved to Nottinghamshire. They just always sound fake to Americans. Like Nottingham and like even Hampshire or something like that sounds real, but the two mashed together don't sound real. Nottinghamshire. We moved to Nottinghamshire, England, as soon as we could. It was in the Midlands, but the area we lived in was remote, hidden. There were a few shops and homes further in town. There were a few shops and homes further in town. We lived, but we were mostly on the outskirts. So I think this is kind of a disjointed sentence or maybe a typo right here. Like if it said, there were a few shops and homes farther in the town from where we lived, but we were mostly on the outskirts in a small little cottage that barely fit us all. I feel like then it would read pretty well, but yeah, a little bit of a typo here in this sentence. To the author, if and when they watch this, just be aware of that. Maybe just a quick edit. There was a large forest which stretched out for acres behind our property. Beautiful trees that outstretched beyond my view. Sometimes I would try to walk through the forest before my mother would grab me, telling me that I should be looking for a job, not exploring some sticks. Maybe you'll find a job in the forest. Maybe you'll fucking cut down some trees. Jesus, Mom, give me a break. People needed firewood after World War II. It might have not been as important as like coal mining, but goddamn. Chill, Mom. That's what I would say. This mom is, I realize it's older time, different time, but this mom is giving me very not chill vibes, and I feel like she's going to warn the children of like, there's fairies in the woods, and she's going to be right about that. But at the same time, because she's kind of so bleak and harsh with the way that she's, parenting, I feel like it's, it's kind of going to be her fault, or at the very least, I don't blame the kids for like, Mom tells you not to do this, so I did it, Just one of those things where some parents you like in a story, and I don't hate this mom, but it's just giving me the vibes that like the whole idea that she said, like, if you guys were even an ounce like your father, you'd be dead. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just, yes, it's hard to tell your kids that one half of them, because you can say that they don't take after their father all that you want, but to just completely deny that half of them even exists, the half that came from their father, I think is a little too harsh. It's a little too, especially when they've died, and we don't know how the father died yet. Maybe he was a horrible piece of shit, but I just think that that's confusing and unfair for a child. So I guess the vibes that I'm getting from this mother is an old world sort of a harsh authoritarian parent. And I won't be surprised when the kids rebel against her. That's all I'll say. Not exploring some sticks. My brother was the first to move out. He met a lovely woman while working as a waiter at a restaurant, and the two of them moved in together, got married, and even had a couple of kids. I was 23 years old myself when I left home. It was my first day off in months when snow began to fall, and I was left shivering in a tiny cottage, finding blankets to wrap around my mother as she lounges on the sofa. I handed her a cup of tea I had brewed and watched as she smiled, delicate fingers wrapping around the handle. "Thank you, Liebling," she let out quietly, holding the warmth that sat in her hands with a huge smile. I nodded, turning back around to the kitchen. I watched out of our tiny windows at the snow that kept falling. The way it settled on the once green ground, I watched, but my eyes kept getting drawn somewhere else, the forest. The trees looked even more beautiful than usual. White clouds perked. Is that perched? Maybe supposed to be? Perked. I guess. I don't know. Maybe perked is right there. White clouds perked on naked trees. Dried wood hanging onto bark. I couldn't tear my eyes away. And for a split second, I could have sworn I saw something watching me as well. Quickly, I grabbed my coat and moved towards the door. My mother watched me through tired eyes. "Liebling, where are you going?" she asked, looking over at me as I pulled on my coat. "We're out of milk, Mama. I'll be back soon," I lied, already moving towards the door. "In this weather?" she called out, and I just shrugged. "It's better to get it now, before the weather gets worse, Mama. I'll be back as soon as I can." With that, I left. My winter boots hit the snow with a crunch, crashing down with many thuds as I closed the door behind me and moved towards the forest. I didn't even know what I was doing at first, my feet moving towards the trees without my mind working to stop me. Before I knew it, I was already 5 meters into the forest, trees behind me as the light of day began to darken. I felt my fingers shiver as I shoved them into my coat, holding on to myself tight as I continued to move. I thought about going back to tell my mother the truth and apologize to her, but I didn't. I continued walking through the forest, walking for so long that I could no longer see the light of the cottage anymore. I didn't know how long I had been walking until I saw a circular area illuminated by the moonlight that sat in the middle of the trees. In the middle of the circle, there sat a woman. Ah, shit. That's what I kind of was curious about. When I first read the title of this story, I thought that maybe it was like a dude who comes back from the war. doesn't have anywhere to live, maybe doesn't have any family, and I was thinking maybe he lived with like a fairy, like he found some weird lodging somewhere, and he lived with someone who was kind of weird, but he didn't know that they were a fairy, and it turns out they were a fairy. But now, the way this story is more shaping up, it seems like a more of a temptress sort of a mermaid element, where it takes the shape of a woman, and it tricks them into falling in love with him or whatever, and maybe it's good for a while, or who knows how it's gonna work out. But I like this element of like a naive, and maybe not even that naive, but like a young child who kind of missed the war, who is in this new country, and gets tricked or gets attracted into this kind of situation that he doesn't fully understand, right? It's fun, and it's cool, and I like that it's set in the time period that it's set in. I feel like it makes a lot more sense in like a World War II-esque time, as opposed to if this was modern day. I think it could still work, but I think there would be different questions and things. Yeah. She was shivering, her hands over her eyes as she let out soft cries. I moved towards her, my fingers moving out of my pockets and beginning to remove my coat. I wrapped it around the woman, watching as she looked up at me with shining eyes. She was gorgeous, dark skin with short, wavy brown hair. Her eyes a bright emerald green that stared back at me with an intensity I had never felt before. She was wearing a long, light blue dress, no sleeves on the dress, as it looked like silk. As I placed my coat down, I felt something strange on her back. Something which felt delicate and looked like stained glass made of hues of green and blue. Are you okay? Are you okay? I asked, watching the woman's expression as one of her hands moved to touch my cheek. Despite the cold, shivering state she was in, her palm felt warm against my skin. Not just warm, but a burning hotness that made me feel like I was somewhere warmer than my home had ever been. What's your name? She asked, watching my face as I couldn't stop from answering her. Rick, I answered quickly, watching her face light up. Nice to meet you, Rick. I'm Arona. Nice to meet you, Rick. I'm Arona. She pushed her hair behind her ear, and that was where I saw how her ear pointed upwards. I stared in shock, confused, as she kept hold of my face. Arona stood up, looking down at me as my coat fell off her body, outstretching as from her back 2 large wings sprouted. They looked like the wings of a dragonfly, spreading out as the light of the moon made them shine even more. I was in awe. I couldn't move. Arona grabbed my chin, picking me up as she stared deeply into my eyes. Hold on. I was in awe. I couldn't move. Arona grabbed my chin, picking me up as she stared deeply into my eyes. Are you not afraid of me? She wondered, staring at me with an intensity I'd never felt. No, you're beautiful. She seemed pleased with my answer as her forehead gently touched mine. Stay with me, Rick. I'll give you everything you ever wanted. And I agreed. With a smile and a kiss, I was utterly hers. So let's do a pause here. So I like how, I mean, obviously it's a very simple beginning. We'll see where it goes. But I do want to say that I like how almost like we hear that this story's going to be about a fairy, and it delivers on that, and it delivers on that very quickly, right? And I think that the story was wise to do that. The first 10-15 minutes could have been about, well, there's this woman and I'm not sure what she is. But that gets very boring as us for a reader, because from the title we know what she is. So I think it's a good choice to just kind of get it out there and get out there that this is a mythical being that the dude just finds on one cold day. Although the fact that she was sitting there crying and like shivering or whatever, and I do feel like it was a trick. I do feel like she was luring him. The point was not, clearly she didn't need the warmth or need the help. And so, this was obviously her entrapping him. But, we don't necessarily need to get that in the story. I do think some of the language is a little simplistic, like the fact that it just says like, I was in awe, I couldn't move. Well, that makes sense. I believe that that's what that character would do in that moment. But I also just think maybe like adding a little bit something of how the character's feeling right there. I just felt like it was a little one note, and I feel like we could have gotten maybe a chance to get a sense of, is Rick a guy who's smart enough to kind of understand that this, or is he just totally bought in and completely in love from first sight and completely enchanted, right? Like maybe there was something like, maybe it could be something about like, I couldn't move. I felt trapped, like I was under her spell, but I didn't want to, but I wanted to stay under her spell, or, whatever. I don't know. It could have just say I was in awe, I couldn't move, is just, to me, and then Arona grabbed my chin, picking me up as she stared deeply into my eyes. To me, it's like a little cliche, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. So yeah, just a note there. It's not like, I'm not saying that it's bad writing or anything like that. I just think that, yeah, just a little change of that, or a little influx of, is Rick understanding that he's being magically manipulated by this being, or is he completely oblivious to it? Just something to kind of let us know maybe more about Rick, because right now all we really know about Rick is that his father died, his brother moved out, we know about his mom. We know his mom told him these one things. We know he wanted to go explore the woods, but his mom told him not to, and that he needed to find a job. And that's really all we know. And all those things are kind of like things that have happened to Rick, but they're not really about like Rick, who Rick is like on an emotional, personal level, right? They're just about the things that have happened to him, and not so much about like, that. And so I do think that maybe there's some room here in this beginning to just kind of let us know like where Rick stands. Does he just completely believe and trust his mother? Is he a little bit sick of his mother's shit? Is he rebellious? Is he a dutiful son who is always gonna be there to take care of his mother, but then this creature kind of lures him away, and so it completely changes him. We don't know. And so to me, there's not much, because we don't know that. There's like, he's like, with a kiss and a smile, I was utterly hers. And so I'm just kind of like, yeah, it makes sense, but there's no like emotional weight to the fact that he just completely falls head over heels for this divine or whatever, maybe not divine, but maybe supernatural creature, because we don't know the kind of person he would have been without that, so to speak, or, we just don't know much. And I think maybe there was some room somewhere in that beginning part to tell us a little bit about like what kind of young man Rick is before this happened, or as this was happening to him. I never felt cold again when I was with Arona. She was loving and warm and the best thing that ever happened to me. She gave me clothes made of the finest silks, and she introduced me to other fairies that lived in her domain. She would kiss my wounds every time we would fight, run her sharp fingernails through my hair, while pressing kisses on my forehead. She called me her husband, and she was my wife. I never wanted to leave. Interesting. So now we're getting sort of a montage of their life together, and we instantly get, she would kiss my wounds every time we would fight, which indicates to me that she's wounding him. I don't think that's speaking metaphorically. I think that's saying literally, like, they would fight, she would wound him, which is interesting because I'm like, what would they fight about if he's just always completely just, head over heels for her, or if he's completely like subservient to her, what would they even fight about? But apparently they would. And then the very next line, run her sharp fingernails through my hair while pressing kisses on my forehead. She called me her husband, and she was my wife. I never wanted to leave. So from that, we kind of get the sense that he's always under her spell, but they still fight, and she would hurt him. So maybe she's temperamental. Maybe he's not really doing anything to provoke her, but she still is, fighting with him and hurting him. But then she's healing his wounds, I presume. So yeah, interesting. The days that passed blurred into one, and soon I didn't even know if it had been weeks or years since I had left. I asked Arona about my brother once, and she told me he had died many years before. I think I cried for over a week, but it could have been a month or two. So now she's telling him that his brother is dead. So apparently it has been years, and I would assume his mother's dead if his brother's dead, although, maybe not. But yeah, if he doesn't start having some second thoughts about this relationship, I mean, I think that he's pretty naive, and yes, he's under a physiological spell, but he can at least still cry or be sad while he's under this spell about his brother dying. So, we don't know. Because of that, it leads me to believe that he should have some idea that, like, maybe this creature doesn't have your best interest at heart, We talked to each other every day, sharing stories of our families. I told her about my father, and she told me about hers. They were both long gone, and we took solace in this. She asked me if I still found her beautiful. I would tell her she was always going to be beautiful to me, that nothing could change that, and for a while, nothing did. Her skin stayed the same, smooth, dark brown. Her hair never gave, or her hair never grew, and her eyes never lost their shine. Her dresses were sophisticated, intricate designs which perfectly matched every outfit she gave me to wear. She always wore blue like my eyes, and I wore green like hers. I knew years were beginning to pass. I never saw my face when I was with Arona, but I could still feel my skin. I could feel the wrinkles that forced. I could still feel the wrinkles that forced. See the tiny gray hairs that were growing as they littered themselves in my beard. Arona didn't seem to mind. I was her husband, after all. It was the anniversary of when we first met when I saw someone new in the forest. I kept my guard up, waiting for them to get closer before I grabbed onto their throat, pushing them away from the home I had built with Arona. I glared at the intruder. "Who are you?" Who are you? I hissed at the man, watching him squirm in my grip as he stared up at me. But when I looked into those eyes, I didn't see an intruder. I saw my brother, Haman. Haman? I whispered out, letting out his original name I hadn't dared to say in years, not even to Arona. The intruder shook his head. "No, I'm Karen, his son." At first, I didn't trust this, mostly because Karen was a girl's name, and this was a tall and thin man who stood in front of me. But I couldn't deny it. I knew it was my brother's boy. He looked just like Haman the last time I saw him. "What are you doing here?" I asked, pulling away from him as he looked down at me. I knew he knew who I was. There was no question about it. "My dad has been looking for you my entire life. He thought you were dead." I was shocked. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Haman's alive?" I let out, watching Karen's face change. "Yes, Mom died when I was born. Dad's the only person me and my siblings had. I had to stop myself from... Dad was the only person me and my siblings had. I had to stop myself from falling. Last time I saw Haman and his wife Aurora, it was a month before I left. She was 6 months pregnant with her fifth, and she would cheerily tell me, "Child, a boy." I had to stop myself from crying as I looked at Karen with one final question. "How old are you?" Karen didn't stop himself from answering me. 25. I almost vomited. Over 25 years I have been here. 25 years with my wife, but 25 years away from my family, my mother, my brother, all my nieces and nephews who grew up hearing about me, but never knowing me. I'm 48 years old, and it didn't even feel like any time had truly passed. "You need to come with me." "You need to come with me," Karen told me, beckoning me over to him. I shook my head. "No, I can't leave Arona." "Arona? My wife," I clarified, watching Karen's face contorted. "Where do you think you are?" he asked. And with those simple words, my entire world came crashing down. Everything felt freezing. The once beautiful trees became twisted, withered branches, and bark rotted against the ancient trees. The lush green grass became dried, dead flowers, and it looked like nothing had bloomed in this area for over 100 years. There was no moonlight. There was no light at all. I was confused as I moved away from Karen, rushing through the decaying forest as I returned to the circular opening I had met Arona in so many years ago. I saw her there again, sitting in the middle as she cried into her palms. But these weren't the silent sobs she had done when we first met. These were wails, howling screams which echoed throughout the trees. Her nails were longer and sharper like a knife, her once perfect short hair falling down to the ground as her pointed ears went up above her head. I grabbed my coat from my body, now a decaying mess of materials. I wrapped it around her body. I could feel her twisted spine which protruded out her back, feeling something against her back which felt like olden spider webs. With my touch, she looked at me, and I saw the true Arona. Her eyes were faded, nothing like the shining green I had known. Parts of her eyes were milky, already glazed over. Her skin was rotted, falling apart and removing itself from her muscles and bones as she stared up at me. Her jaw was beginning to rot off, half of it dangling as the flesh of her body barely kept it as a part of her. "Are you okay?" I asked, watching as her eyes flickered at my voice. For a second, the light in her eyes seemed to come back, only to fade once more. "What's your name?" she asked, her voice a mumble as she was unable to truly form words. "Rick," I answered, smiling at her as she stood up. "Nice to meet you, Rick. I'm Arona." My decaying coat fell off her body, dropping onto the dead grass as it became soaked in muddy water. Arona's body outstretched, bone cracking with each contortion she made. Her wings flew themselves outwards, larger than they had ever been, but they weren't the beautiful stained glass I had seen that first night with her. They were spider webs, the wings buzzing like a rapid fly as she stared down at me, placing an ancient finger on my chin. "Are you not afraid of me?" she asked, her mouth not even moving as she spoke those few words. Her voice sounded the same like it always did, but her face was still blank and unmoving, lifeless. I nodded. "No, you're beautiful." I stood up, my hands touching her jaw as it continued to droop down, bringing it back up to her face. Her sharp nails stayed on my chin, staring at me. "Stay with me," she commanded, but this time I couldn't agree. "I can't. I'm sorry." Her face finally changed as her motionless expression became one of rage. I barely had time to react as a howl came out of her like a wounded animal, and I felt her hand leave my chin and connect with the left side of my face. Burning hot pain seared itself against my skin, my hand flying upwards to press against the pain. I could feel liquid on my palm oozing between my fingers. I couldn't see anything out of my left eye. Everything was red. I felt something warm grab onto my right hand as I was pulled away from Arona, watching her distorted frame as it slowly disappeared from my blurry sight. Soon my vision darkened completely, and I was unconscious. When I awoke, I was in a hospital bed, beeps awakening me as I looked around the room. I still couldn't see out of my left eye, but through my right eye, I could see an elderly woman and an older man. I let out a groan, and the two of them looked towards me, watching me with hope filling their eyes. I already knew who it was, my brother and my mother. "James?" I let out, not wanting to say his original name in front of my mother. He nodded, looking at me. Yeah, Varric, it's Yaman, it's me. I couldn't ask why we were saying our real names. I was still too out of it. A hand grabbed mine as I saw my mother staring down at me with concern. Her hair was now completely gray, no more of the blonde hairs that she had when I last saw her. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. One of my hands moved to touch my face as I felt something covering my eye, a patch, some sort of bandage. I looked at Yaman for answers, a look which he was able to answer quickly. The doctor said the damage to your face was similar to a lion's claw. They're lucky you didn't lose your eyeball. I breathed a sigh of relief, looking up from my hospital bed to the ceiling above. What happened? Is Karen? I didn't have to finish as Yaman did for me. Karen's fine. He got you here as soon as he could. Yaman moved closer, almost whispering to me. Karen mentioned you have a wife, Arona? I nodded. She's beautiful. She's so beautiful. Finally, I began to cry. Over the next few months, I was allowed to leave the hospital. They removed the patch over my eye in my second to last day in the hospital room, and they had to keep me overnight just in case. My sight was still a bit blurry in my left eye, but it was better than being blind. I didn't move back into the small cottage next to the forest. My mother had sold it already 10 years after I disappeared in order to live closer to my brother. Yaman let me stay with him instead. Most of his kids had already moved out with their own kids on the way, and Karen was in the stages of leaving himself. Years went by, and I stayed living with Yaman. My mother passed away a year after my return, cancer. She didn't even try to fight. She was just happy to see her baby boy before she went. I moved into her house afterwards. It was easier. She left enough money for me to live all right, but I still took on a part-time job at a library. I couldn't stay in that house. I just couldn't. The library was one place where I felt warm again. I would read stories about fairies and pixies, think about the years of my life I would never get back. I didn't have a wedding ring. The silk outfits she gifted me were long gone, if they ever existed. The only memory of my wife I had left was the scar she left me. I often touch my face, touching the healed injuries she left with her sharp nails. Yaman often asks me if I am okay when he visits, introduces me as Uncle Varric to his kids to try to give me the family I had lost for so many years. But I had a family, one that was warm and accepting. It was my family of fairies, of people who lived in the forest and took care of me, of my wife. I tried to return to the forest on my anniversary of meeting Arona, but Amin always stops me. He tells me it's not healthy, that she's not who I think she is, but that doesn't matter to me. Some people may not understand me, but I don't care. The other day, I swore I felt something growing from my back. I checked in the bathroom mirror, touching my back as I saw the start of what looked like stained glass. I smiled, covering my back, as I knew what they would grow into. I'm not going to tell Haman what's happening to me. I don't think I can trust anyone anymore. I can only trust Arona. She's the only one who truly knows me. She's my wife. She always will be, even if I don't see her again. She always will be, even if I don't get to see her again. And she's beautiful, just like I will be soon. Um, okay, so I like it. First of all, as much as I would like to get some sense of what Vark is like before he kind of falls in love with this fairy, I like how I get that by the end of the story, he is just somebody who, even though his life was stolen by this fairy, he just doesn't care, because for him the love is the only thing that was ever kind of real for him. All the stuff with the families and everything else, with his brother, like, of course he was happy to see his brother again, but he just cannot, he's always gonna have that pull towards Arona, right? He can't help it. He's completely bespelled, or however you want to say it, and there's a lot of old tales about like witches or people, doing this sort of thing to men. And so I kind of like this classic fairy tale horror story in that regard. And I like the reveal of how she looked, and it kind of makes sense to me why now he was like, but you're still beautiful, but I have to go, He never stopped loving her, and I think that's kind of an interesting part of the story. I think a lot of people would write this story and be like, but then I finally realized that it was all a trick and she stole my life. But no, and I think it's like, it's not that simple. And I kind of like that element of the story. I like that he remains bespelled by her. He remains in love with her even till the very end. And in some ways, although I think you could argue that it's maybe the scratch on his face is where like the fairy venom got in or whatever, or maybe it was already in him. I also think that in some ways his unimpeachable love for her, or his sort of unhealthy love for her, is maybe why he starts to turn into a fairy at the end, which is a cool concept, right? I kind of like that element of it too. Now, having said that, I think there's certain points where I think a little bit more emotion could be injected into the story. I think it's kind of matter of fact. Some parts, maybe too much, to where we don't get, like, the fact that he's not all mad about losing so much of his life. I think, I don't know, it makes sense because he still loves her, but also at the same time, it would be nice to maybe see maybe a bit more of that internal struggle if he's indeed having it. If you as the writer, are just like, nah, he doesn't have the struggle. He wanted to leave and see his brother, but he always wanted to come back to her. Like, he never even wanted to leave her. He wanted her to come with him, even after she scratched him or whatever, or slapped him, or like tried to kill him. All that's fine and that makes sense, but I guess maybe just a little bit more of getting to see that those realizations come to fruition within his mind might make the story have more of an emotional impact. Because right now it's just kind of a cool horror fairy tale, and I like it. I like the premise, and I like where it went, and I like the twist at the end with him turning into a fairy, but I also don't I wasn't super emotionally attached, and I think that's because Varric was kind of a blank slate for me. And yeah, I wanted him to maybe have a little bit more of a personality. Because right now he doesn't really have much of a personality. It's kind of just he gets brainwashed by this fairy and then he stays that for the rest of the story, regardless of seeing his mother and his brother again or whatever. It doesn't matter. So yeah. And I also think when he talks to her, when he sees her, when she's growing, like, I get, like, they just kind of repeat their original thing, but he's like, I can't stay with you, and that's where she gets all mad. But I also think, like, maybe it's even worth mentioning, like, where he's like, why did you lie to me? My brother's alive, or just something like that, to where we get some hint of, because we knew that she was lying to him for all those years, right? But we get some hint of, because they've been talking, but it also said they had fights in the past. So maybe these fights were about him wanting to go check on his mother or go see his brother's children. It says his brother died, but he had nieces and nephews he never met or he hadn't seen. So, like, what was this fighting about? Because if they were fighting this whole time, then, and she was hurting him, but then he was just staying with her, then I guess it was a real relationship and it wasn't just a full, complete spell. It was that too, but I guess the conflict makes it kind of questionable. Even if it's a completely unhealthy, fucked up relationship, it still is kind of a real relationship, right? So I kind of have those thoughts about it, those questions, and I feel like if you added some of those components, I would get to see who Varric is as a person more and get to, like, understand whether his motivations are all purely because of the spell that's been casted on him by Arona, or if he still has some other, outside, like, I want to see my family, I want to travel, whatever it might be, things that motivate him, or is he just completely fixated on her, and because of that, like, and she would just abuse him for no reason, and he would still just love her because he's under her spell. We don't know. But yeah, just even putting that question in at the end, like, you lied to me, so-and-so's alive. I think that could help. Now, I think that could help add some more depth to the story. Now, in terms of, like, the diction, it's not super old-timey sounding. It's World War II. But I do think there's just little things, like, even in this last line, where it's like, she's my wife. She always will be, even if I don't get to see her again. Just, like, not using a contraction there and just be like, even if I never see her again, she's still beautiful, just like I soon will be. But when you say just like I will be soon, that sounds to me that's not as smooth. And it doesn't, like, fit the time periods, and also I feel like there was a few points like that where you could have just made the language sound a little bit more flowery, a little bit older, and yeah, it just would have elevated the story that much more. But there's not, like, it doesn't mean that it's bad the way that it is. I just feel like it has some places to improve, you know what I mean? And some of that is just, like, the diction and the phrasing. Like this here, this is good. Finally, I began to cry. Like, that line is good. but to then just be like, I didn't move back to the small cottage next to the forest. My mother had sold it 10 years after I disappeared in order to live closer to my brother. Yeah, I feel like there's some older timey-er ways to say that sort of stuff. And like even when they're speaking, some of it sounded right with the time period, but I feel like some of it kind of didn't, or it just sounded too bare bones. Like it was too bare bones to even really tell. Like, yes, maybe it could be read as old timey, but it also could be read as like almost completely modern. And I get it that this is a full 25 years after World War II. So it'd be in like the 60s, early 70s, maybe at the end of the story, but he is still stuck in time. So I still feel like, especially our main character and how he writes and narrates the story, he should sound like he's from the 1940s. And sometimes that comes across, sometimes it doesn't. But I do think just going over this with like a fine-tooth comb and keeping the same beats of the story, but just adding maybe a bit more emotional depth to Varric's character, and then adding just attempting to kind of make the language sound slightly older could really elevate this story even further. So that's what I'd recommend if you do an edit on this Victor's Grave. If you do end up working on this story more, editing it more, I would just say it's a lot of really little things, right? It's no big things. And overall it's cool. And I like that these characters, I'm assuming maybe Varric and JahannJahann are characters, or maybe the fairy, who knows, are characters from, your other stories. I think that's really cool. And I'd like to see how maybe they act, or how what is in those original stories that we're not getting here, that maybe had we known, like you the author know, because you've already written these other stories that they're in, maybe some things would have been kind of clearer as to why Varric is kind of the way he is. Because yeah, right now I felt like there was a little bit missing, especially when it comes to like his motivations. Like, we knew that he wanted to go out to the forest. We knew that, his mother had told him this stuff, but like, even throughout, it just seemed like he was kind of a blank slate, and then he was completely brainwashed into loving the fairy. And then even though he wanted to go home, and told the fairy he couldn't stay with him or with her, he just kind of we never really figured out what motivated him besides this love for the fairy, which I guess that's fine if that was just the first thing that he found that he ever wanted, and he got it, and then he wanted it even after he lost it, or after it turned on him, then I guess that's fine. But I would kind of like to hear him maybe even ruminate about on that, and kind of bring that up, that like, even though I left, I never stopped loving her. And I know he did say something like that, but I think mentioning that, like, in the context of his family missing him and all those other things, it's like, just because you missed out on one life, or just because you return to your old life, doesn't mean that you don't miss the new life that you had, even if the other life was all just a dream, or all just a lie. It doesn't mean that you're not going to miss the lie, sort of a thing. I think mentioning something like that and kind of like tying that into who Varric is and who he's become and what motivates him will just kind of make us as the readers care more about Varric. So yeah, that's like kind of my biggest note about the story. But it's a cool story, it's a cool concept, and yeah, I enjoyed it. I liked it. I will definitely, have to I'm always a sucker for this sort of like fairy tale horror, or where one genre hops from another, and I liked what you did with this one. I'm a fan. I would be curious to see if you're gonna edit it, or what you're gonna do next, if you're gonna do more with these characters, either in your original stories, I'd be curious in, but then also the sci-fi fantasy stories, but then also if you're going to continue these augmented universe horror stories with them, I'd be kind of curious to see what happens. So yeah, that's it. General P123 says, yo, Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year to you, General. Appreciate you stopping by. We're about to get into I'm an Underground Doctor at Mr. J's Workshop Part 2. I really liked Part 1 of this story. It had a lot of really fun, like, campy horror type of moments. This person is basically a doctor for the supernatural / criminal elements of a town. There's this Mr. J person. We don't know who they are. They're kind of a shadowy figure. There's a pit behind the hospital where they throw all the parts of the dead bodies and the parts of people into, and that's really fun too. Wagwan. General, how are you? Rude Dude says. So yeah, but we're happy that you're here, General, and yeah, now we're gonna get into I'm an Underground Doctor at Mr. J's Workshop Part 2. That was the other thing I wanted to mention. There was Larry the Sturgeon Surgeon, who's like a guy with a big sturgeon head, or maybe a giant sturgeon body, but he's also the surgeon at the hospital. So there's a lot of fun kind of moments like that yeah, it's very like Tales from the Gas Station kind of esque in that way. But I don't know, with some even more, I don't know if campy is the right word, but just some more like just kind of out there funny weird shit. So yeah, I don't know. Tales from the Gas Station's great, don't get me wrong, but this I think this has takes a lot of inspiration from that. So anyways, let's get into I'm an Underground Doctor at Mr. J's Workshop Part 2. I had a rough week. Coffee was once my best friend, but now it's been set aside for my lover, cigarettes, originally. Cigarettes. Originally, I only smoked once or twice every few days. Just something to help me relax on breaks. Now packs that used to last me a week only last me the weekend. That's how it goes. Cheers. The past week has definitely shaved a few years off my life, but that seems to be an occupational hazard. Just instead of 1 week removing a year, it now removes 2 or 3. Perhaps the nicotine flowing through my veins will deter some pesky late-night patients. A small silver lining I've been trying to a small silver lining. I've been trying to appreciate them lately. My troubles began on Monday morning. As I laid peacefully in bed, dreaming of finally discovering a mute button for Janet, I was awakened by an incessant buzzing. In a daze, I groaned, presuming it was my alarm announcing another day of work ahead of me. I waved my hand about in the dark aimlessly for a couple of minutes, praying I'd find the source of the buzzing. While a light source would have been a much more effective search method, opening my curtains required movement. My bed was just too comfortable. Finally, with my phone in hand, I squinted at the screen. Since when was it so blurry? I'd rather not admit how long it took me to remember I needed my glasses. I will admit, however, I'd fallen asleep with them on my head. I promptly pulled them down. While rubbing my eyes, I noticed the time read 4 a.m. 4 a.m.? I don't need to be in until 6 a.m. Did I set my alarm wrong? Somewhere in the back of my brain, my gears finally started to turn. My alarm didn't sound like this. Wait a minute. It was a phone call from one of our regulars. Still half asleep, I yawned and picked it up. Hi, Stacy, what's up? I smacked my lips a bit as I spoke. It's coming now, Dr. Morgan, right now. Is Stacy having a demon baby? That's what I'm guessing if it says it's coming. Oh, a thick southern accent came from the other side. Okay, I'll try that again. Despite the desperation in her voice, it didn't register with me at the time. It's coming now, Dr. Morgan. It's coming now. Right now. Huh? What's coming? Who? The baby. The what? Everything then clicked for me. I could hear her pained breaths coming through the screen. I jumped out of bed, keeping my phone pressed to my ear with my shoulder. Shit, right. Sorry, Stacy. I ran around my room, picking up various socks and underwear from my bedroom floor, trying to determine which were still clean enough to wear. A quick sniff sufficed. Shit, damn it. We don't have anything ready yet. I hopped around on one foot while trying to pull up my pants, unintentionally attacking my furniture in the process. A chair there, a lamp over there, a painting on the ground there. I'm quite impressed by the damage I was capable of in a span of 30 seconds. Oh, come on, I muttered. Right, Stacy, head to the workshop. I'll try to get a hold of Janet and Larry. I'm on my way right now. My armchair was on its side. My armchair was now on its side. Okay, doctor, Stacy's response was cut off by a labored groan. As it came through, there was a sudden electrical spark from my phone. Oh, shit. My phone was already on the floor before I even realized I dropped it. I shook my hand in pain. Damn it, man. Stacy, are you still there? I reached for my phone just to realize she'd already hung up. Fucking of course. While turning to run out the door, my foot was suddenly met with the metallic pole of my lampshade that had found refuge on the floor from my rampage. I felt the hot surge of pain travel from my big toe up my leg. Ow, fuck. Oh, come on. I limped the rest of the way out of my apartment. Stacy was one of the regulars. Last I checked in on her, she was 34 weeks pregnant. It seems her baby was determined to enter the world, however. Unsurprising from the spawn of an eldritch horror. Unsurprising from the spawn of an eldritch horror. While premature births were fairly routine, there was one slight problem. Stacy is 4 stories tall. You see what I mean about this story? Like, it's very... Like, there was the one part about the normal, like, kind of mobster guy who comes in and he's bleeding from a gunshot wound and they have to amputate his arm. And even that had very funny scenarios. But, like, in this story, like, you'll get, like, she has a southern accent. The whatever, the conversation, the dialogue of her on the phone all sounded like very normal, although it was panicked and, like, you know, stuff like that. Nothing gave it away. And this story and this author will do that, where, and then all of a sudden it'll just take the left turn into the absurd, and it's completely unapologetic about it, and it's actually very, like, it's comical and fun in a way that, like, yes, is very Tales from the Gas Station. But also what's interesting about, like, our doctor character is that they like being a doctor. They want to kind of help people. They want to figure things out. They want to solve the problems, and they get to do all these unconventional things, like how to help a 4-story tall eldritch horror deliver its baby. And they get to, like, you know, learn about all sorts of mythical creatures, anatomies and stuff like that. And so, unlike the where Tales from the Gas Station is just, the character is unapologetically, like, impartial to everything and just completely doesn't care. I forget, there's a word for that, but yeah, they just do not give a fuck. In this story, the doctor does, you know, Dr. Morgan, I forget their first name, does give a fuck, and that's fun. Because despite all the crazy, weird shit happening, they want to know what's going on, and they want some more normalcy in their life and whatever. But clearly, like, it's just not in the cards, you know. And it's fun. It's not a, oh, spooky or, oh my god, like, so scary type story, but it doesn't need to be. I like the idea of a doctor trying to deliver a 4-story tall eldritch horror named Stacy's, with a southern accent, her baby, you know. That's very fun. So yeah, this gets more into the less, like, scary or whatever, and just entertaining horror story or creepypasta story, which I love. Like, just as much as I want to read really good, terrifying horror, I also just want to read entertaining stuff, and this is certainly very entertaining. I think I kind of compared it to like a Scrubs, in that, like, that was a medical show, but then it was also like a Scrubs with the supernatural. Like, the two shows, like Scrubs and Supernatural, just kind of, like, together in one. And yeah, it's a fun concept. When providing her prenatal care in the past, we had to hide her under a large circus tent out back. While it wouldn't have been impossible to fit her in the workshop, it would have been a tight squeeze. I was unsure of what to anticipate from this birth. While Stacy wasn't the first Lovecraftian horror I had helped to bring offspring into the world, I had never been informed as to what kind of damage she could do, or the baby. I had no idea what we'd signed up for. When I arrived, Stacy was already waiting outside under the tent. As I approached, I could see her clutch her stomach in pain. Each of her breaths were sharp. With each breath, I'd be pulled closer or pushed back by a small gust of wind she created. The warm air against my face made my skin crawl. "Stacy!" I called out to her. "Oh, doctor, you're finally here." Large, green, and slimy, I'd never encountered a species like her before. Despite her feminine demeanor, I always couldn't help but gawk at her masculine body. She was built like a Greek statue. At the top of this body sat a large head, with tentacles for hair and a large beak. A peculiar yet mesmerizing sight. Even now, I couldn't help but marvel at the size of her. Can the father not make it?" I looked around as if someone could miss another giant being hiding under a bright red-blue circus tent. Oh, there is no father." Now that I thought about it, she always came to her appointments alone. I tutted, what kind of scum would leave such a sweet lady to raise a baby alone? See, like, it's comments like that that are just very funny. It's like, she's totally desensitized to this being an eldritch horror monster. And she's like, she's such a sweet lady. Of course she must have self-produced, like a jellyfish or whatever. Of course she must not have like a mate, because who would let this woman come alone? Sorry to hear. He's missing out on a beautiful moment. I flipped through her medical file, which I somehow remembered to bring with me. "Oh, no, sorry. You misunderstood. There is no father." This time, she slightly nodded her head at me to emphasize each word. I began to catch on to what she was implying. Oh. It was too early for this shit. I didn't even want to know. While taking note of this divine intervention baby, I heard the slam of a car door behind me. To my relief, Larry had just exited his car and was now sprinting towards me. His barbells swung in the air behind him. His barbells, swung in the air behind him. Now that I think of it, Larry drives himself to work. How the fuck has he not been pulled over before? I set the thought to the side. Right, more important things going on. Right, more important things going on right now, Alice. Larry, quickly, open the shutters. Without hesitation, he gave me a thumbs up and pivoted his foot to change his direction towards the large red shutter door. It was once used for delivery trucks. Now it was going to aid us in a new kind of delivery. While Larry got to work, a Honda Civic came skidding down the alleyway. In a flash, it went flying out of sight, followed by a screech. The sound of clattering metal. Janet emerged from around the corner, struggling to run in her red heels and pencil skirt. I turned away, pretending not to witness her tripping over a sleepy alley cat, and ignored the sound of the hissing behind me. Janet, I need all the towels we've got. She stopped in her tracks. I didn't need to turn to see her eye roll. I could hear it from a mile away. I began to time Stacy's contractions while hearing the workshop door be slammed shut in the distance. Don't worry, Stacy. We are here now. We'll get you sorted, I said, still staring at my watch. I know, Doctor, she began between labored breaths. I'm in the best... Instead of finishing the sentence, she opted to scream in pain. Ah! For a moment, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me and tapped my legs to make them stop shaking. However, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Larry moving up and down, struggling to stay on his feet and keep his grip on the shutter button. Stacy screamed again, even louder. This time, I could feel the movement under my feet. When I looked down, When I looked down, I saw small pebbles bouncing in midair. I heard someone approaching behind me. No, no, no. I whipped around. Janet was struggling to balance a tower of towel sheet of mast. The pile could have reached the roof inside. I now wish I could have seen how she managed to get them through the door. As the tremors got more massive, the tower wobbled before collapsing completely. Oh, come on, seriously? She protested as her frustrations could change the course of events. Janet watched helplessly as they fell on the ground. Once Stacy's screaming ceased, Janet scrambled to pick them up. Janet, I need those inside. Oh, fuck you, Alice. She flipped me off while still regathering her colorful assortment of towers. I'm so sorry, Doctor. I could hear Stacy's embarrassment as I was having none of it. Just keep breathing, Stacy. It's fine. It was not fine. When the second round of mini earthquake began, I could have sworn I saw something green sparkling at the bottom of the alleyway. I took my eyes off Janet's struggles, and to my surprise, I could see a rounded, elongated sphere. Inside it were glimpses of a reality like our own, but warped. It disappeared when the earthquake stopped. Of course she can open portals to other dimensions. Why would my job ever be easy? To top it all off, I had to pray these on and off again earthquakes wouldn't alert any local authorities. They were fairly common, but not at this kind of frequency. Perhaps I could say the earthquake was just being a little shy and building itself up. Nothing to see here. We were so fucked. It felt like a decade had gone by waiting for the shutter door to open. Once it finally was, I spared no time to express relief. Instead, I began pushing all our rooms to the side despite him not knowing the details of my plan. Larry began to copy me. Stacy, try shuffling your lower half inside. All our equipment was inside, and it was a lot cleaner. There was also a highway not far from the factory, and the tent was taller than it was long. I couldn't risk anyone spotting her. This was the quickest solution I could think of without having to completely cramp her into the building. Right, I'll try, Doctor. Stacy began to slide inside, making sure to leave the tent over her head as she did. While she got into a comfortable position, I worked quickly to slide the ultrasound over to her. As I was about to place it on her stomach, I looked at the size of it compared to her. Larry, where's our bigger ultrasound? Spinning on one foot, he scanned around the entire shop floor. After failing to spot anything, he shrugged. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just grab the fetal monitor. I wanted to make sure there were no complications with the baby coming so soon. I'd have to settle for monitoring the heart rate instead. Like a loyal soldier, Larry obeyed my commands without delay, and before I knew it, what I had requested was beside me. We had a larger fetal monitor made for a past patient, so size was no issue this time. Larry climbed up to tape it along her stomach while I began to take notes on the baby's heart rate. Everything appeared to be normal. Stacy's contractions also appeared to be fine with no abnormalities. Perhaps this wouldn't be too complicated after all. Do we have a blood cuff that will fit? I asked Larry, who was kneeling over the front of me, exhausted by his mountaineering. With his two hands, He did a snapping branch motion. Broken, really? Wait, yeah, you're right. I meant to ask Mr. J for a new one. How are we going to keep track of her blood pressure then? Stacy began to scream again. I have a suspicion it's high. The building began to tremble. One by one, the lights on the roof began to come crashing down, causing electrical sparks as they did. A single spark managed to reach one of the curtains, setting it alight. Desperate, I tried to search for something to put it out. The coupling gel for the ultrasound. Bad idea. A chair? That makes no sense. My foot? That could work. Before I'd even settled on my method, Larry was already frantically jumping up and down on the flame. While at first I was going to thank him, I then watched him drop to the floor and start rolling over it, his body vibrating from the tremors as he did. No, Larry, stop, drop, and roll is for when you're on fire. Fortunately, the flame had already been extinguished by his initial stomps. I judged him a little as he struggled to rise to his feet. For a surgeon, he's always quick to panic. Outside the shutter door, something caught my eye. Another green portal appeared, consuming Stacy's tent before evaporating with her screams. When I turned back to look at Larry, I realized he was looking right back at me, both attempting to confirm we weren't going crazy. I couldn't focus on any of my thoughts over Stacy's loud breathing. That's when I remembered it was Stacy I should be focusing on. I just gestured to Larry to go to the storage closet. Get some diamorphine. Also, grab a mattress to give the baby something to land on. He nodded and ran off. Diamorphine? Isn't that a painkiller, doctor? Stacy bellowed down to me. Well, yeah, I replied. I knew what she was about to say next. Thank you, doctor, but I don't want it. I want it to be a natural birth. Fuck. Under normal circumstances, I'd say to each their own. But at this rate, the building is going to collapse in on us. Are you sure? No painkillers at all? I'm sure. Not even a TENS machine? I don't know what that means. Not even a TENS machine? Woo woo. No, I don't want anything like that, doctor. Oh, I think you do. I don't. Well, I think I want you to think you do. Why? Is it medically necessary, doctor? I mean, no, but then I'll pass. Our ancestors did it for generations without painkillers. I'm sure I'll manage. Damn it, Stacy. You're going to get us all killed. I heard my voice echo throughout the workshop. There was a beat of silence. Oh, I'm sorry, doctor. I thought you said it was fine. I couldn't see her face, but I could feel her disappointment. I mean, yeah, everything's fine. I just meant you're going to kill us emotionally. Watching you in pain like this. My voice cracked a few times as I internally screamed, Alice, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, thank you so much for your concern, doctor. I'll be just fine. Ah! I could hear her smile from all the way down at her feet. Even while in pain, she smiled so brightly. I really like this Eldritch monster. She is such a nice lady, as the doctor said. I hope my expression was less obvious from my voice. I could feel my eyes about to pop out of my skull, staring at the ground in disbelief at my choices. I had chosen suicide over social suicide. What a bargain. Damn, Stacy. She's too sweet, even for my heart. I refocused on the task at hand to distract me from my past decisions. Larry could be informed when he returned. Stacy was now 10 meters dilated, ready to start pushing. Before I could give this direction, however, I encountered a problem. Have you ever seen those videos where people crush watermelon with their thighs? Yeah, this was a much less very sexy version of that. The baby's head was starting to become visible, but while her cervix was wide enough canal for the baby to fit through, I noticed Stacy's thighs were putting too much pressure on it. I heard the odd crack, which I could only presume was its skull. I looked up at Stacy's legs. They were too close together, a consequence of being cramped inside. Stacy, I need you to spread your legs wider. She didn't respond, too focused on the pain. Despite this, she followed my directive. To my dismay, however, her legs couldn't spread much farther, now touching the walls with her knees. She hadn't resolved the problem. Damn it, what do I do? I could maybe flip her around and have her bottom half outside, but she was huge. Turning wasn't going to be easy. Now, with the clock clicking closer to 5 a.m., the highway was likely to start gaining some early birds. With the tent gone, her standing up outside would be a real risk. As I was attempting to come up with some plan, I realized Janet was inching closer, laying out her towels, which now stretched from shoulder to Stacy's hip. I tried to ignore her, but I immediately became distracted as I saw her smudge her lipstick and stop everything to fix it. She then set the remaining towels to the side and pulled out a stick to fix her makeup. Does this really seem like the time, Janet? You focus on your job, I'll focus on mine. That's my problem. That's my problem. Stop being a vain cow and get back to work. Excuse me? Suddenly, Janet's heels weren't an issue anymore as she rapidly approached me. I stood firm, ready to face her, but before it went any farther, Larry had returned and put up his hands, getting between us. I was so distracted by our back and forth, I hadn't noticed Larry had already retrieved the mattress and laid it in front of Stacy's leg. I began to gesture for Larry to follow me. Right. You're right, Larry. Sorry. We also have a problem. No, we aren't done. We aren't done here. You need to learn. You are not my boss. I turned ready to tell Janet to kindly fuck off, but I was instead surprised to see her turn deathly pale. I followed her line of gaze and realized she saw what was between Stacy's legs. She promptly faded. And for the love of Larry, make sure she didn't hit her head too badly. Larry's head flopped about in a manic state from me to Janet to Stacy, then back to me. I grabbed him by the shoulders and began shaking him. Hey, it's just you and me now. We've got this. It's just one baby. How bad can it be? If he could still sweat, Larry would have flooded us. I then saw a light behind his eyes, a momentary hope. Proudly, he raised the diamorphine he'd retrieved on his mission. My expression must have given it away as I watched that light slowly flicker out. As I relayed the news to him, his hands dropped to his side in dismay. In the process, he almost dropped the painkillers, but I quickly snatched them. For a moment, I considered using them on myself, then set them to the side. I then looked Larry in the eye and shook his hand. No matter what happens, Larry, it was a pleasure working with you. With his spare hand, he gave me a small salute. Now then, I've encountered a problem. I gestured to the baby's struggling crown, but I think I have a solution. This wasn't the most conventional plan, but it also wasn't the most conventional birth. While the walls of the workshop were getting in Stacy's way, the windows wouldn't. To allow a little extra light onto the shop floor, there were small windows outlining where the walls met the ceiling. All we had to do was help Stacy get her legs through there. They'd only allow for part of her knees to slightly poke out, but I hoped it would be enough. With some of the windows now smashed, Larry managed to secure his ladder for the remaining ones on the left, ascending to the top. He prepared his trusty hammer. Once at the top of the ladder, however, he struggled to stay balanced, having to give his smashing companion having to give up his smashing companion to avoid falling himself. When I saw the hammer hit the floor, I sprinted towards it. Before I reached it, I noticed Larry moving above. He stretched out his hand, indicating for me to stop. I didn't have time to question him. He was already winding up his elbow. In one swift motion, he smashed through the window pane, then another and another, shards plummeting to the floor. I had no time to protest his methods. Stacy, honey, do me a favor again. Raise your legs up to the sky. Without question, probably too disoriented to pry, she raised them up. Good. Now just follow my directions, okay? Stretch them out a bit farther, slowly. Again, she followed my orders. Despite the circumstances, Stacy was always an angel. I paid close attention to her knees, making sure they were going to be where they needed. Her left knee edged closer and closer to Larry, while the other mimicked the motion on the other side. Okay, Stacy, good job so far. When you feel Larry tap your knee, stop. I think I felt her nod as dust came loose from the ceiling. Larry tapped her knee repeatedly, stopping it right in front of his face. Great. Now he'll direct you up. Do the same motion with your other knee. The key was not to scratch Stacy's knee in the process. The last we needed was glass shard impaling her, especially while with Larry's current location, another earthquake could spell his doom. Gently, Larry guided her leg above his head. Larry was doing no heavy lifting himself. Instead, he was just guiding her where she needed to be. I held my breath as she made it to the glass panes. I didn't take my eyes off her bony leg as it traversed its way through the broken shards. Then she stopped. They were both through. I released my breath, then went back to focusing on the baby. My heart dropped when I realized after all that effort, it still wasn't enough. I was out of ideas. Stacy trusted me with this baby. It was my call to bring her inside, just for half the equipment to be useless, and now the lack of space was threatening her infant's life. Maybe I could get her to crawl back out. It'd be hard with the state she was in. It was clear that just lifting her knees was a lot of effort for her, and the movement may just crush the baby farther. Could we somehow bulldoze the walls? There was no time, damn it. I may have just killed her baby. My mind raced for a solution, and the ground slightly vibrated as she groaned. I saw another flicker of green in the distance, and then I had a dumb idea. Hey, Stacy, next time you make one of those portals, can you direct it inside of you? I could feel Larry's gaze from the top of the ladder. I averted my eyes. I didn't need to see his expression to know he thought I was crazy. I guess I can try, Doctor. Stacy, a doll, as always, I could hear the metal clanks of Larry descending the ladder in the distance. I waited, bracing myself for another earthquake. It needed to happen soon, not only so the baby, but so Larry could reach me on time to question me. It wasn't long before she wailed again. Stacy's scream alone wasn't enough to make the workshop shake. Was enough to make the workshop shake. This was followed by a much larger tremor. I could hear Larry struggling to stay on his ladder, but I was preoccupied. My eyes darted around, waiting for a portal to appear, but it never did. Maybe that meant before I could finish my thought, all hell broke loose. A black hole opened up between Stacy's leg, which with it came a large gust of wind pushing me back. I heard a sharp zipping sound fly by. I looked behind me to see our incision tools from the table nearby, now on the wall. Holy shit! There was no time to think about my close call with death. As the black hole expanded, I began to pull us towards it. I grabbed a metal support beam as Larry went flying off his ladder towards the roof. With no other options, he managed to get a hold of one of the lights. It was barely hanging on, only with a couple cables now, more akin to strings keeping it attached to the roof. The entire shop floor erupted into chaos. Papers were blown, scattering in the air. Surgical tables and x-ray machines inched towards the portal, scraping along the ground. The scalpels from before shook violently, becoming looser and looser from the walls. Even outside, dirt and debris began to form dust clouds and rapidly swirled towards the portal. Even some pigeons who were attempting to fly by were now being forced inside, struggling to flap against the powerful pull. It doubled in size again. More went zooming through the air. Beds, curtains, leftover coffee mugs, Janet. Oh shit, we forgot about Janet. The hesitation hit me when I saw Janet begin to lift off the ground. I reached out, grabbing her forearm. I wished there was time to be relieved, but now I had to hold on for dear life with one hand. When I looked up, the light that was meant to be Larry's saving grace was becoming looser. The small threads, one by one, began to unravel, snapping each time they completely whittled down. Larry looked down at me with desperation. Just hold on, Larry. I didn't need to remind him. My grip was becoming weaker and weaker. In other circumstances, perhaps I would have begun to pray, but all the chaos made it hard to think. As I stared at the portal, anticipating my doom, something began to emerge. I heard the cries of a child. I tried to focus in to confirm my suspicion, but suddenly everything from the portal shot back out with a powerful force. Larry plummeted to the floor, managing to direct his body toward the mattress. Not as fortunate, I went blasting through the air. I cradled Janet in an attempt to take the main force of the blow. The impact on my back hitting the wall sent a sharp pain all the way up my spine. The pain blurred my vision momentarily. I didn't think I broke anything, but I couldn't be sure. That's when I began to regain my focus. In front of me, sharing the same mattress as Larry, was a green baby with tentacles flailing its limbs. She actually did it. I couldn't help but say aloud. The infant bore a striking resemblance to its mother. While small in comparison, it was still the size of an SUV. As it cried, I could feel small tremors under my feet. Now, looking at the size of its large cranium, I suspected we'd have encountered the same issues, even if outside. The tentacles of its hair reached over, attempting to grab everything around it. Swiping Larry off the mattress in the process. He lay face down on the floor. The black hole had long since been closed. Everything for the moment laid still. Stacy reached down with one hand, for her baby, cradling it in her arms. She rocked it side to side, struggling to look down at it in the cramped space. "You are my sweet little angel," she gussed over her infant. The baby softly cooed as it reached out for her. Stretching out her hand, she let it grab one of her fingers. Its hands were so tiny compared to hers. I felt a smile begin to creep on my face. Was this what motherhood looked like? A sweet moment were promptly cut off as fear struck me. Another portal had opened behind Stacy. Oh, not again. I braced myself. To my surprise, everything continued to lay where it was. Unsure of what I'd find, I raised my head to glance back in their direction. Stacy flipped her large body around and began to crawl toward the interdimensional portal. On the other side of it, I could see thousands of intricate solar systems. Fantastic pinks, purples, and blues lit up the shop floor. "Thank you for all your help, Doctor." With each of her movements, the walls began to quake. "Wait, Stacy, I need to..." Right before she entered the portal, she took her newborn in one hand and brought it to her beak. In a blink of an eye, she swallowed it whole. I was dumbfounded. There was no crunch, no gulp, not even a squelch as it slid down her throat. Only a loud burp from Stacy, followed by a quick apology excusing herself. "Need to examine the baby." The sentiment felt pointless now. "See you again in 9 months, she sang. I watched, contemplating my life. As she crawled out of view, once she was out of sight, the portal vanished. The pigeons cooed, stuttering and pecking at the ground. Chairs, equipment, and curtains were jumbled mess across the floor. Some paper had made it outside the shuttered door from the blast. The outdoors also made it indoors as dirt covered the entire floor. Some of it landed on Janet's towels, so there was a small wind. I looked around me, analyzing the aftermath of a seemingly pointless endeavor, wondering if it could get any worse. As if on cue, I began to feel Janet squirm about. When I lowered my head, I met her gaze. I could tell she wasn't fully awake yet by how she squinted her eyes. She had been utterly useless throughout this whole process. Maybe that's why she was reserved to just being a receptionist. I witnessed the slow realization dawn on her that I was holding her. Without missing a beat, she jumped to her feet, disgusted. "What on earth do you think you're doing?" she screeched, causing my ears to ring. It must have been a rhetorical question, as she gave me no time to answer. After quickly dusting herself off, she stomped away. I listened as her heels clicked further into the distance. "Yeah, Janet, I'm fine. Oh, yes, of course, no need to thank me. No, don't bother yourself with cleaning up. I'll get it sorted." My humor brought me no comfort, and I couldn't help but let out a sigh. Tired, I looked over to Larry, still face down on the floor. "You good, Larry?" He responded with a thumbs up before letting his hand flop back down by his side. Good. I sat in the silence of a now confused workshop. The door creaked open across from me. Client poked his head inside. Even from a distance, I could see his eyes were bloodshot. Clearly, he was on something. Ever so often, he twitched as he stepped inside. As he bore witness to the chaos that laid before him, his eyes widened to take it all in. Is this the workshop?" he asked. I lit a cigarette. For the rest of the day, Janet looked at me like I committed some horrific crime against her bloodline. If she wants to die so badly, next time I'll just let her. I ignored her glares while me and Larry attempted to restore the workshop back to its former glory. While the black hole returned our belongings, most were damaged beyond recognition. The light fixtures needed to be replaced. Our ladders were too short to reach, so I sent Janet on an errand. She returned with a shorter ladder to add atop our current one. I couldn't tell if she was being intentionally dense or not. Mr. J had to send us a lot of replacement curtains. The poles were all bent out of shape from the force of the final impact. Got some which were a tint more green than they were blue. I'm sure patients will definitely notice and care for the redecorating. When I got home that night, I received another phone call from Stacy. Hey, doctor. Stacy, is something wrong? No, I just wanted to schedule my next appointment. Appointment? For what? You ate. I stopped the sentence from leaving my mouth. Maybe that was culturally insensitive. It's for my next prenatal checkup. Excuse me? It hit me. She did say she'd be back. I said nothing, holding the phone away from my ear. I just stared right ahead of me. Despite my silence, she continued talking away, muffled in the background. Sorry, I thought you had done this before, doctor. Whatever her explanation was, it faded out under my internal scream for salvation. I took another cigarette and lit it, tossing the lighter across the room. Doctor, hello, you still there, doctor? I hung up. Via text, I told Stacy there was a connection issue and I'd organize our next appointment in the morning. Once she confirmed, ignorant to my poor excuse, I slumped into bed. I spend my nights before bed staring at my roof, something most people do, I'm sure. But have you ever gotten really familiar with your ceiling to the point it's the only comfort you know day to day? It becomes the only common thread in your life, the only thing you can rely on being normal. It may change from time to time with paint and dust, but at least it's always there, waiting for you to come home. I lit one more cigarette. I dreaded the week ahead of me. I had no idea it was only going to get worse. That was part 2. I agree with what Kyle Kurtz says here. I just started reading his first comment. He says there's a bit of kinetic energy to your writing style that keeps the story propelling forward. Also less quirky asides from the main character, which I noticed in the first couple of paragraphs in part 1 that seemed out of place. In this part, you more showed than told those oddities, and I liked that. The sense of humor kept me smiling throughout, and the twist of what happened with the baby threw me for a loop. I want more development for Larry. He's still my favorite. Larry's great. I love the whole... because he's a fish. He's a giant fish, I think, with like human arms, or I forget what it is. It's like a fish head. A doctor like cut his head off and put a fish head on. So he doesn't talk and he just does like thumbs ups and stuff. And it is very funny. And amidst our narrators, like very scatterbrained, constant internal dialogue, it's very nice to just get a nonverbal person who's like thumbs up, thumbs down, you know. I do think at the end, I think the ending was good with her eating her baby. I thought that again is a fun twist. But I also I think that like talking about the redecorating and then having the like junkie come in and being like, is this the, like, I guess it's fine to have someone enter and stuff, but to talk about like how they're gonna redecorate and all that stuff, I did feel like it dragged on a little bit. I was like, well, of course they're gonna have to totally refurbish the whole place, right? Like it got completely destroyed in that whole, eldritch birthing ritual abomination. So just like little things like that, I think you could probably just cut out and get to the end where she's kind of laying in bed. Because yeah, that's kind of one of the things about the workshop is like, it's fucked up, it's dreary, it's, barely held together. But it just kind of continues on, right? Because the patients keep coming in, and regardless of whether they have very few to no like medical equipment or whatever, it's like it just keeps moving no matter what. And you get that sense with the guy coming in at the end. So I like that he kind of came in, but then I was like, as just a nice little like aside, but I didn't like the explaining like, well, now we're gonna have to do this and redecorate this. Like I thought that was just not fully necessary, because I just would have assumed all of that anyways. But this was very fun. I liked Stacy too. I think that like it's just very funny to have an eldritch god be like, this is what I need help, doctor, with the southern accent. I think it's very funny. I would have maybe just liked I get that like her body didn't fit in the lower the lower half of her body didn't like fully fit in the building. So I would have just liked to maybe seen if she can cause an earthquake by screaming. I assume she could just break down the walls with her legs. So I thought maybe she could have just like poked her legs through the windows or done whatever she needed to do for that part of it. But yeah, like, no big deal. Yeah, I don't know. I maybe would have liked it to like show the portals, show all the stuff, but maybe just get to the actual birth a little bit quicker. Because it's just ridiculous, right? Like it's just, yeah, it's so insane, and just the whole trying to fit her inside and get her legs to open wide enough. I just felt like at a certain point, she's got all this immense power. Like, wouldn't she just be able to kind of crush everything aside with her legs, Like, yeah, I don't know. So that's just one thing I was kind of thinking about when I was trying to visualize her poking her legs through just so, and all that stuff. But it's still a very fun concept, and as much as I liked this single crazy thing with giving birth to an eldritch horror, I think I do like the multiple visitors sort of stories more. I like it when it's like people coming in and out, and some of them are supernatural and some of them aren't, and like I do hope that in part 3 it kind of gets back to that type of a story. I know maybe some people thought it was too kind of scattered or whatever else, but I liked when it was like the gangster coming in and then the other stuff happening with Mr. J and like all that stuff. I just thought that was I think that I liked having this breakdown of a single, delivery and the single instance with the Eldritch God, but I think I like the story more when it's like bam, 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 and this guy came in and this thing happened, but then this guy came in after him, and then, I liked when it was a lot of different characters kind of in this revolving door. Yeah, and I think that that part 3 can kind of maybe start that way and start with what else happened that week that made it get 10 times worse. But then also it can go more into depth as to who's Mr. J, how does this place afford to run, what is keeping our doctor there. Because I know it's mentioned kind of in the beginning that she got the job and she can't leave, and it's like the doctor Mr. J just kind of found her, and convinced her to take the job. And obviously the job's really like entertaining and it really challenges the doctor. So that's also why they stay. But, yeah, I hope that that's the direction it's going in, because I know there are going to be more parts. I've been told by the author that there will be, so that's what I look forward to. But it's a very fun, it's a very fun, fucking crazy, insane story. It's super entertaining. So yeah, I'm still stoked on it. I hope you guys have been stoked on it too. It's just, it's a very entertaining concept, and I'm here for it. So yeah. Next we have My Friend and I Found a Party in the Woods. We shouldn't have stayed, part 1. This one's not maybe as long as Mr. J's. So yeah, we're going to get into this one. I don't know if we're going to fully get into part 2. I just don't want to push it too long because, people are sick around in my house right now, and I don't want to get sick. I'm worried that I might, or, whatever. And so I feel like I was like, I'm just going to do 3 stories today. And I was hoping to read both part 1 and 2 of this, but we can just stick to part 1 for today of My Friends and I Found a Party in the Woods. We shouldn't have stayed. We can just stick to part 1 and, maybe read part 2 next time, just depending on how it goes. But, so let's get into it. Hold on. Keep my voice lubricated. But yeah, a lot of fun, interesting, entertaining concepts with with the Secret Santa last week, and the plumber story was really good too. I hope we get to see a part 2 of that. But just I feel like there's been a lot of good variety in this newer batch of stories, where some are real serious, some are, like the Mr. J's Workshop, they're kind of more fun. And I'm just saying that I'm enjoying the wider variety of stories that I've been checking out lately. And who knows, that might change. We might get a series of serious stories in the future, but I'm here for it. I also do plan on, maybe not the very next stream or when, but I do plan on getting into one of these multi-parts, just focusing an entire stream on one of these longer multi-part stories that people have submitted for me to read. And so not just not every stream will have multiple stories. On some I might just stick to one and try to get as far as I can, sort of a thing. And that's where we're at today. So I just want to let people know that if you're watching my streams and hoping that I'm going to get to your story, but it's a multi-part, I'm waiting, and I'm saving those to just do to just focus on one at a time and try to get as deep into them as I can, or read through all of them in just one long stream. So yeah. My friends and I found a party in the woods we shouldn't have stayed, part 1. Hey guys, I've seen a lot of scary stories on here, and I think I have one that will top all of them. I'm not going to use actual names for reasons that will become obvious, whether or not you believe it. This is a true story. Interesting. So, just like with the I'm a plumber story, which that one claimed to be a true story too. And actually, I have since spoken with the author, and I have, I've been reassured, let's say, that it is a true story, and it's all the more fascinating. And yeah, it's still a story, a fictionalized version that is on the internet, so it might have embellishments and stuff in some places, but it is fully based on a true story. It is, that guy is a plumber, and it is the interactions that he had in his life, and I think that is just really cool, and I love to see those real world influences come in. That's awesome, those inspirations, and so the fact that this story is claiming to, we'll see, I mean, the story might go into like some crazy supernatural stuff that leads us to kind of believe that, well, maybe it's not, maybe they're just claiming that it's true because they're writing it in that sort of way where they want it to be like first person narration. This is what actually happened to me, but it's clear that it's fiction. But we don't know. We might get into it, and it might be a plausible autobiographical story. So we'll just have to read to find out. But I always like when the stories have that, like, I know there's some scary shit on here, and I know a lot of them are just stories, but this one actually happened, That's always fun, because it always, as much as you just want to say all these are stories and none of them actually happened, you still have to wonder in the back of your mind when people, especially when people make the claim that it's real, that, well, could this be real? Like, and like we found out last week, they can. There can be real stories that are entirely, based on true events. And then, maybe where they end or where they develop, maybe that is where the fiction comes in, but they're rooted in truth. And I think that's really cool. It was almost summer vacation of our final year of high school, and my two friends, we'll call them Alex and Jay, and I were all eating at the lunch table. Alex was an overtly confident JROTC kid with red hair and 100 freckles on his pale face, while Jay was relatively new to the school. He moved to our quiet little southern town all the way from Chicago, so he was already looked at as an outsider. That, along with his dark complexion and darker clothing, made him the perfect target for bullying. But me and Alex were the only ones to stand up for him. People always looked at us strangely whenever we were with Jay, like they were disgusted or like they were looking down on us. Alex and I were completely aware of how people viewed us, but we didn't care because good friends are hard to come by. The three of us had become very close in a short time together. Alex and I had been friends since middle school, and I thought of him as a brother. We were the weird kids that mostly kept to ourselves, not smart enough to be geeks, and definitely not cool enough to be with the in crowd. I wasn't the skinniest kid back in those days. I wasn't the skinniest kid back in those days, had started growing a beard at age 12, and was held back in school a year due to low grades. I was no stranger to cruelty from my peers. We both met Jay one night in the front of the school after a football game. Alex and I were talking about video games, and Jay popped out of a nearby tree, hanging upside down. Alex made a stupid joke, something about a bat, and Jay laughed so hard he fell out of the tree. He got up and made one back directed at both of us as if it was instant friendship. We all just sort of clicked from then on, and Jay was a welcome addition to our group. It was a Thursday, and we were all talking about usual teenage boy stuff when Alex mentioned he'd just gotten a new game for the Nintendo 64, Mario Kart. Okay. So this is a somewhat older, like, high school story. Mario Kart. Jay and I were instantly excited and started talking about a way for us all to get together after school to play. Alex's parents weren't too fond of Jay, so we couldn't go to his house. Jay's parents never really entertained company either, so that was out of the question. The conversation then shifted to my house. I told them that while normally this would be fine, my parents were actually going out of town for the weekend and told me no one was allowed over. Alex and Jay looked at each other with mischievous grins, and I knew any protests I made would be in vain. We'd been through this kind of thing before. I told Alex I didn't think it was a good idea to come over one weekend, and he ended up just showing up to my front door anyways. I wanted to play the game with my friends, sure, but I also didn't want to get in trouble with my parents. I resigned myself to finishing my food while the other two talked about our plans. The bus stop dropped all three of us off at my house Friday afternoon. Jay brought the extra controllers, and Alex had his 64 and the game tucked away in his backpack. Jay made a joke about how far in the sticks my house was as we were walking down my long gravel driveway. We finally got inside, and the front door, and Alex wasted no time getting the 64 set up in the living room with Jay while I headed to the kitchen. I saw a note along with a $20 bill my mom had left taped to the fridge that read, "We'll be back Sunday. Lasagna's in the fridge. Here's money for pizza. Love you." I put the money in my pocket and threw the lasagna in the oven. Alex called out saying that everything was ready for me to hurry up. I grabbed a few ice-cold sodas from the fridge and made my way to the living room. The TV was sitting on the Racer Select scene with Jay and Alex having chosen Bowser and Toad, respectively. I laughed and told Alex it was very fitting he picked the most annoying character possible as I handed him his drink. "Oh yeah? Well, I was going to pick Wario, but I thought he looked too much like you, so I figured you'd want him," Alex jeered. Jay let out a chortle. "You know what? Yeah, I'll be Wario, and I'm gonna wipe the floor with your scrawny little ass in every race," I declared. I moved the cursor and made my selection. The short minutes turned into long hours as we gamed. The time between races were either spent talking, taking a few precious bites of food, or hastily running to the bathroom. I'd kept up my goal for the most part. I may not have been first in every race, but I did beat Alex more times than not. So that was a win in my book. We all started feeling tired sometime after 3, and Jay was the first one to go, passing out right on the couch he was sitting on, controller still in hand. Alex and I dissolved into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down our faces. our sides aching from the mirth before eventually calling it a night. The next day, we all woke up around 2 in the afternoon, and Alex booted up the game. We only played for about an hour or so before I found myself feeling burned out, and I could see that Jay was too. He asked if there was any other things we could do around here. I thought for a moment, and an idea came to me. I told him about the creek way down in the woods behind the house and how my dad and I would chase Coke cans down the creek when I was younger. We'd toss it in and follow it downstream, throwing rocks at it or shooting it with a slingshot as it goes. Alex perked up at the word creek and added that it would be fun. Jay agreed, stating the obvious fact of having nothing else better to do. And we got ready to head out. My parents owned a large stretch of land that went deep into the woods behind our house. They weren't rich by any means. The land had just been passed down several generations along with the house. There was a large open area in the back that was home to all the various junk my dad had accumulated over the years from his time spent auctioning. It seemed like every weekend he was coming home with a truckload of stuff or waking me up to go pick up something he just had to buy. At the edge of the clearing we affectionately referred to as the hill sat the tree line with a small beaten footpath penetrating the otherwise solid wall of pine. We made our way there and headed down the path to the calm stillness of the woods. Alex broke away from the path and charged towards a dead tree, slamming his shoulder into it with tremendous force. The once sturdy giant let out a crack from the base, and all three of us watched as the mighty tree fell to the earth. Yeah, oh, creepy creek in a horror. Rude Dude says, gotta love a creepy creek in a horror story. Yeah, and I mean, right now it sounds idyllic. Like, it doesn't sound that creepy, but I'm assuming it's gonna get there, right? And I'm wondering if they're gonna play this Coke can game, and if maybe as a kid he chased the can with his dad, but they didn't actually go that far. But then if they do something similar as adults, I wonder if they're gonna follow this creek so far that they're just gonna get completely lost, and it's gonna be like night or whatever, you know, by the time they kind of realize how far they've traveled. Oh, okay, yeah. Charged towards a dead tree, slamming it with tremendous force. Yeah. Watched as the mighty tree fell to the earth. The smell of sawdust wafted toward me like a cloud. Alex let out a satisfied grunt and ran farther along the path in search for other unfortunate behemoths. I laughed as I saw the confused look on Jay's face. What the hell was that about? He asked. Oh, that's just what he likes to do. One time when we were hanging out, we had an argument over something stupid. We were both so mad that we wanted to hit each other, but I guess neither of us really wanted it to come to that. So we figured the next best thing was to come out here and let out our angers on trees. Now every time we come out here, he just goes and breaks them because it's fun, I explained as we got closer to the fallen giant. Okay, that's Jay started. He cut himself off and stared at something laying on the ground next to the tree. Is that a snake skin? He asked. He raised his hand and pointed. My eyes found the thing. It was light brown, almost gray snakeskin curled up against the trunk. I got closer and picked it up to examine it, paying particular attention to the ends. Sure is. Looks like a rattler, too. They're mean as hell, but they'll leave you alone if you do the same, I responded, holding the skin out for him to see. Jay recoiled as if I'd shown him a gun. Yeah, bro, city kid? He's like, fuck no, rattlesnakes? Hell no. Nah, keep that shit over there, dude. Don't come near me with that. Jay flinched back, his voice tight. He gave me a wide berth as he began to head down the path again. It's just skin, dude. It's fine. See? I replied, waving it like a ribbon in the air. But Jay didn't look back. He just kept walking. I shrugged and tossed it to the ground before catching up with him. Don't snakes shed on the ground though? That is one thing. Like, I guess if it's up in a tree, I guess it could shed up there, but I kind of thought they shed on the ground, so I don't know. I'm just wondering if it's actually a snake skin or if it's like a anaconda snake where it's like, you know, it's supernaturally large, or, you know, it's supernaturally it can fucking climb and jump from tree to tree or something crazy like that. He continued on for a while, the crunching leaves and distant bird song our only other companion, before Jay finally broke the silence. He asked how much farther it would be, and I told him we were about halfway there. Then he inquired about the number of snakes in the area, which honestly I didn't know. I shot back a question of my own, asking him why he was so worried about snakes. Jay remained silent for a while with his eyes fixed on the white tips of his sneakers. Finally, as we neared the edge of the beaten footpath and prepared to walk downhill to the creek, he told me his story. When I was 8 years old, my mom took me to see the circus. I remember playing games and stuff at first, but then we saw people going to the main tent for a show. I really wanted to see it, so my mom made sure we got to the front row. It was so cool. There were acrobats swinging all around and shit like that. Then the animals came out. He spit on the ground before continuing. There was this one lady with a massive boa draped over her neck like a scarf that started walking up to people in the front row. She stopped when she got to me and held out her hand, asking me to get up. I noticed Jay's lip quivering as he paused for a breath. She led me to the center and gestured to the audience, who erupted in applause. He lifted the beast off of her shoulders and set it down on mine, its slick body like a heavy chain pulling me down to earth. Everyone again cheered, but something was wrong. Jay rested his hand on his neck. It all happened so fast. I felt the snake wrap its tail around my leg, and its head was somewhere near my other arm. The pressure was intense, stronger than anything I've ever felt before. I tried to scream, but I felt like all the air was being squeezed out of me. Then I passed out. The next thing I know, I woke up coughing on the floor. Jay finished as we got to the bottom of the hill. A well-used path ran parallel with the creek and stretched as far as we could see in either direction. I was about to say something before I heard the familiar sounds of running coming from behind us. I turned around just in time to see Alex coming straight forward us, holding what looked like a short rope in his hand. He hastily threw it over Jay's neck as he passed, yelling, "Snake." Jay's face drained of color as he began frantically swatting at his neck. I watched the thing somersault through the air as it hurled towards the tree. I saw that while it was indeed a snake, it was lifeless, as its head was completely missing. I'm not sure if Jay realized it or not, but I'm pretty sure the outcome would have still been the same regardless. Alex's distant laughter was drowned out by Jay's booming string of curses. He swiftly shot past like a bullet towards Alex, plowing him to the ground and silencing his laughter. Alex hit the ground hard and tumbled forward, stopping just a few inches away from the short embankment of the creek. Jay saw his moment when Alex tried to stand and barreled into him once again, sending him face first into the shallow water. He was already standing by the time I reached the edge and started shouting at Jay, getting his clothes wet, and how that was not cool, dude. What's not cool is you throwing a snake on me, asshole. Jay fired back angrily. He pointed back toward the trees and continued, were you listening back there? My eyes started to wander as they bickered. Jay and Alex were the kind of guys who'd argue until the sun came up if you let them. Jay was stubborn as a mule, and Alex seemed to find a twisted sense of pleasure in it, even if he was in the wrong. I think Alex just liked to see how many buttons he could push before he got a reaction. Yeah, Alex is a little ginger-haired prick, dude. He's a fucking ROTC kid who thinks he's cool. He needs to get kneecapped, bro. I knew kids like this growing up, and yeah, I realize it's something a lot of people grow out of, and a lot of kids are just dicks. But the people who fuck with you just to fuck with you is like, I'm like, you can't be funny or entertaining in any other way. You have to fuck with somebody. That's the only way you can think of to make your life interesting. Fuck you, That shit all, like, me and my friends fucked with each other, sure, but it was always, we always tried to kind of make it even, and you never like to have a friend where one friend is just the asshole who picks on everyone. That's not fun. Yeah, but anyways, it's just my point. So I think Jay is totally in the right here, and I think the fact that Alex, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even feel bad if Jay punched him in the face. Like, fuck that. He's clearly got a real phobia of snakes, and it's not like he just saw a snake at a carnival that scared him when he died. Like, he literally got choked out by a boa constrictor. Like, he almost fucking died from a snake, and you immediately find a dead snake or go find a snake, behead it, and fucking throw it on him. Like, it's just, yeah. My point is, I'm on Jay's side. Find a twisted sense of pleasure in it, even if he was in the wrong. I think Alex just liked to see how many buttons he could push before he got a reaction. The wind carried the faint scent of smoke through the trees, and leaves danced in a warm glow in the afternoon sunlight. It was only now that I saw the true beauty of this place, the calm serenity of the babbling creek, the chittering cacophony of insects mixed with bird song, the smells of bark and mud and fresh pine. It was in that moment my own little slice of heaven. The smell of smoke drifted by again as the guys seemed to be coming to the end of their spat, bringing me back to the present. It was coming from somewhere further down the creek, though I couldn't see anything from where we were. You guys, do you smell that? My voice seemed to startle Jay like he'd forgotten I was there. Smell what? What are you talking about? Alex responded. Smell what? What are you talking about? I'm giving Alex that voice now. He already climbed out of the creek and was standing in front of Jay in a fresh mud patch. Smoke. Something's burning somewhere down there. I pointed with the last word and took a breath. My dad said sometimes our neighbors have parties out here, but I'm pretty sure they do it back upstream. There's a big-ass field up that way. So, what's down that way? What's down that way? Jay asked with a furrowed brow. Nothing really. Definitely nowhere big enough to have any kind of fire, that's for sure. I paused. Well, unless it's on the other side of the creek. That I don't know about. Our property line ends at the water. I stared off into the distance. If there's a party going on, we should totally go, Alex chimed in, excitement booming on his freckled face. Yes, dude, I would love to get drunk tonight, Jay chirped with a beaming smile. I tried to object, reasoning that if it was my neighbor's party, they could easily rat me out to my parents, but the guys weren't having any of it. Now I was on the opposite end of two best or worst debaters in the country. I had to admit, though, the thought of going to a party was very exciting. After a bit of back and forth between us, Alex finally convinced me that even if I got in trouble, it'd be worth it. So with only a notion to guide us, the three of us set down the path in search of the smoke source. To this day, I lie awake at night wondering how things would have turned out if I'd fought back harder or never said anything about the smoke at all. We walked along the creek side until we came to a V-shaped fork I'd become familiar with in my time spent out here amongst the trees. To the right lay a well-known path that circled back up the hill a little ways and towards the house. To the left lay an unknown path, rutted out from ATVs that crossed the creek and twisted out of view. There was no doubt that a fire was burning somewhere over there. There was there as a small gray pillar rising through the air entered my view. The sounds of the forest seemed to come to a halt with our feet, as if recognition of my internal dilemma. After a short moment of eerie silence, Alex took the first steps down to the water and onto the other side. Swirling swarms of gnats undulated in the beams of sunlight piercing the cover of the trees as we trekked further along the overgrown path. We passed by some sort of unfinished structure sticking out of the ground in the small some sort of unfinished structure sticking out of the ground in a small cleared area, consisting of what looked to be 5 large support poles with half a platform built about 6 feet high, made entirely of railroad ties. Whoever built it abandoned the project long ago, as the wood was horribly waterlogged and seemed to be breaking off in places. We tossed around ideas of what its purpose might have been while we continued on before we began to hear distant but unmistakable sound of music. Sure enough, the trees parted around the next bend to reveal the huge open field and an enormous pile of pallets with people gathered around it, blaring some country song from one of their trucks. Beneath the gray smokestack stood a man next to a large charcoal grill. Much to our elation, 2 heavy-set men with bushy brown beards and large, patchy sweat stains on their shirts parted from the crowd and met us before we got close. Harry and Larry, the only identical twins I'd ever met, and my neighbors who lived 4 houses down, happily greeted me by name while the man doused the pallets with a gas can. The 2 40-year-olds helped my dad set up a sawmill on our land about a year or 2 prior and had loosely stayed in touch ever since. I introduced my friends and explained that what had led us here, pointing out the smoke before asking if they were getting ready for Burning Man with all that wood. They both chuckled, the heaving of their rotund bellies forcing every other part of them to jiggle like hairy bowls of human jello. The unmistakable smell of body odor mixed with their hot breath clung to the air, making me scrunch my face in response. The twins didn't seem to notice, however. As their brief laughter subsided, Terry began to explain. He told me that it was their birthday, and every year they have a big party out here with all the members of their family. Apparently, they have a cousin who works at a supply company that gives them all the broken, unwanted pallets, hence the wooden mountain behind them. He pointed over to the man on the grill and said, At least two more would arrive shortly, cooking enough burgers, steaks, and ribs to feed a small army and still have leftovers. Lastly, he said the thing we'd all been anxious to hear since crossing the creek. He said that someone was bringing a keg. I could practically feel Alex's "I told you so" glare burning a hole in the back of my head as I thought of the best way to ask if we'd be welcome, but I didn't have to. They probably saw it written all over our naive faces. Terry said that neither one of them minded if we hung out, but there were a few things we were going to have to do. First and foremost was that we have to have respect for this place and everyone in it. This was their dumb land, and while they were all fine with us having a good time, this was their, there's dumb underneath. That's why I was like, why did I say dumb land? This was their land, and while they were all fine with everybody having a good time, they would not tolerate any kind of dumb shit from a bunch of kids. The second was that if we wanted to drink, we'd all have to pay for a cup. Kegs weren't cheap. Lastly, was that if we had to leave and come back at nightfall because of a few of their friends standing by the pile who were off-duty police officers would be gone by then. So with a nod from the guys and a quick handshake with the twins, we headed back down the path we came from in anticipation for sunset. This seems totally normal to me right now. I realize that there is a foreboding sense, but this seems totally realistic in terms of the way that they found this party, the way that they got invited. I feel like something goes wrong at this party, but I wonder if it's like the adults got really drunk and they started to pick on them or something, and then things got out of hand and I don't know, they murdered each other or whatever. I think it might just be some real life horror shit like that. Because this seems totally, to me at least, it seems totally realistic for just in terms of a teenage coming of age horror story, but we don't know, this might be a cult. They might be going to a KKK rally. This might be a cross burning. We don't know. It could spiral in a lot of different ways, but right now it seems pretty innocent and normal. And I think that's kind of where the idyllic fun of it comes in, and where when we see it finally turn to horror, where it's going to be hard, so hard or so kind of, maybe if not shocking, maybe just eerie and almost to where you just want them to have a good fun time, right? As these teenagers, this core group of friends who maybe doesn't get to go to a lot of parties or doesn't feel like they're popular, finally getting to do something that seems cool or out of their league. You want it to go good, and so the fact that if it goes really wrong is obviously gonna be upsetting, if not just straight up horrifying. So yeah. Yeah, a cult bonfire is kind of where I was going with it. I mentioned the KKK thing. I also was thinking of, it says that their one friend is dark skinned and that and this is somewhere in the South, a small town. So I was wondering if well, maybe these twins are oh, come back later when the cops aren't here because they're going to exploit the kids in some ways, was the only thing that I could kind of think of. And there's a lot of ways that could go, a lot of them which would be really fucked up. Some of them would be obviously less fucked up in terms of just like they get the kids really drunk and then they just make them make fools of themselves. Like that's kind of a common thing for maybe older irresponsible adults to do to younger kids or younger people when drinking. So I feel like there's a lot of different levels and there's a lot of different ways it could go, but I don't really see much going on other than it's not what it seems in terms of just, oh, it's just a fun birthday party. No, it's like a creepy cookout where they invite teenagers there to kill them or to, SA type really bad shit where you're like, okay, this is not, because I get it that some older people are just like, come on, you're in high school now. I drank when I was in high school. So there are those type of adults that are like ready and willing to, for kids that they know, like neighbor kids or whatever, sure, come on by, have a beer, who cares? There are those type of people. Just in the world, there just are. I feel like in different cultures and different countries, but there is always something menacing about it in terms of there are plenty of people who are just like, we just want to have good quality fun, and the rules that they put down made it seem like they are where they're like, just come on, have a few beers, you're high school kids, it ain't gonna matter. But then also, I'm like, is that just a complete smokescreen? And are they maybe not the only kids who are invited to this? Maybe they invite a bunch of kids and make them compete in some sort of fucking, blood sport type weird thing. I don't know where it's going, but I'm certainly intrigued, and I'm definitely bought into it being a primarily real or a real story. It definitely seems like that to me as of right now. The few hours seem to fly by as we talked about at the time seemingly important things by the creek. Which girls we thought were hot, our favorite kinds of cars, our plans for after high school were passed around as the daylight began to trickle away in the beautiful stillness of the woods. Birds chirped overhead while the high-pitched, almost electronic chittering of cicadas I'd become accustomed to surrounded us. Yeah, it is pretty happenstance, but like at the same time, I know that like at least when I grew up, like kids do that. I know that maybe like it's not common everywhere, but like in small towns, like I remember like high school kids, like we just drive around the town, hoping somebody heard about a party or, whatever. Or people know that, like, it sounds like down by this creek, people have had parties in the past. So it's like, it's not uncommon for like teenagers to, go, and if they see smoke or if they hear some music playing or whatever, be like, well, let's just go check it out. And maybe they don't, maybe the teenagers don't go inside or whatever, but they're just like, let's go check it out, and yeah, that sort of a thing. And so, yeah, I wonder, yeah, I agree that it seemed too happenstance that they walked up to the party and the twins were just immediately like, yeah, here's why we're here. Here's what we're doing. And there's going to be plenty of food and we're going to have a keg. And if you want to come back, here's when you come back. I agree that interaction seemed a little too like manufactured. But yeah, I don't know, like I don't know about kids just, kids look for ways to get fucked up. They just do. And so I have to wonder, it's not so much them even stumbling upon it, but it's them stumbling upon it, and then the first people they talk to are like people that the guy knows, and he's like, yeah, this is our birthday party, come on down, and blah blah blah. And to have a big huge fire like that is a little ominous. Like, I get it, it's free wood, it's free pallets, like people like to have a fire when they're outside at night. Bonfires are common, but it's like, I'm almost wondering if, like, are they lighting this sort of fire so that they can have this big thing to, like, destroy evidence or something? Like, I don't know, but it's interesting, right? Yeah, it's a good trap. It is a good trap to lay. Would it be different if the protagonist didn't know the twins and it was just a bunch of strangers? Yeah, I do think it would be different, if only because yeah, just walking up to a party as kids, a party where obviously people are going to be drinking, and as kids walking up to a party with adults as well as maybe some younger people too, and just having them go, come on in, drink. Drunk people are like that. They're very like, sometimes they're like, hey, how's it going? They're very jovial and friendly. But to just have like, to just walk up to strangers and have everyone around be like, hey, cool, new people, and they're underage kids, like, that is a little bit sketchy. But this also was back in like the 80s or 90s too, it sounds like. So it also was kind of a different time in terms of, maybe there was some stranger danger, but maybe it wasn't as like drilled into your mind now that it's like you don't take alcohol from a stranger or whatever, stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, it's believable, but yeah, there's something fishy. There's something fishy, if only in how quickly they were like told. Like, if they had walked up to the thing and they were like, hey, what's going on here? And then it's like Terry and Larry came up to them and they're like, oh, it's just our birthday party. What are you kids doing? And they had a kind of a conversation where it was like a back and forth like that. But the fact that they just were immediately like, it's like Terry and Larry walked up to them and they were like, this is our party and here's when you can come back if you want to drink, yeah. It seems like the twins, or at least people at this party, are planning for other people who aren't necessarily invited to crash it or to stop by. Yeah, well, and that's the other thing too. That's the whole issue with Rude Dude. That's the whole issue with the whole stranger danger thing, is they pushed that in schools and pushed that in stuff, and it's actually not true. Adults, it's something like 85% of abuse cases with adults and children are from people that like the child knows, and even kidnappings and stuff like that. It's like, it's somebody that the child or the minor knows. And so this whole idea that they taught people to be afraid of like this spooky man in a trench coat, it actually was completely unhelpful, because it made kids scared of the creepy man in the park with the trench coat, and instead didn't teach them to look out for danger amongst people that they knew, right? Their neighbors, their whatever, their family members, uncle, stuff like that. And so because of that, that's why it's even more ominous to me too, in some ways, is because I'm just like, they have that familiarity, but it's not like it's not like they really trust or know these guys. He's like, these guys have helped my dad build a sawmill, but they haven't So they know him, he knows them, but it's not like they really know each other intimately in any sort of real way. So chittering of cicadas I'd become accustomed to surrounded us. The dying sunlight was caught in the rolling current of the creek, casting shadows and forming shapes that morphed as they were carried downstream. Our conversations faltered as the golden glow of the afternoon gave way to the pale light of a full moon, rewarding us with patchy spots of moonbeams to illuminate the wood. Soon a new bright orange glow shined in the distance, making the start of the party and our short walk towards it. We rounded the bend once more and were met with a much fuller field than the one we left. The path continued down the edge of the clearing to the other side and was now lined with lifted trucks, mud-covered jeeps. See, that's something. That's what I'm saying is there's a lot of hicks out here. And that's what worries me too, is I'm like, is this a Klan rally? Mud-covered jeeps near the center. A massive pile of pallets sat engulfed in a bright blaze as a sea of people mingled around it. Close by, the man with the grill was accompanied by two other gentlemen, all talking by the truck while the feast was prepared. A table with cups and a cave sat almost detached from the party, like an afterthought, despite the couple of men standing by it. I gestured for our guys to follow me over there as soon as I saw a familiar face among them. Well, I'll be. I wasn't sure if y'all was gonna come back, Larry said, a seemingly playful chuckle as we got close. There was a dark-haired man in a flannel shirt standing next to him that seemed to regard us with disdain before taking a drink of his cup. Neither were we, to be honest. Is it still all right if we hang out? I asked in a slightly shaky voice that betrayed my confident facade. He remained silent for a few seconds, passing looks between the three of us. I suddenly felt like a child, 2 feet tall, looking up at the gargantuan man with a pit in my stomach in anticipation of rejection. Well, Terry's the one that said y'all could come here, not me, Larry grunted. Now, oh God, is it going to racist stuff? It is. I'm pretty sure it is. Now, I don't necessarily take any issue with you or the ginger kid, but that other boy looks like he could be trouble. I pointed at Jay with this. He pointed at Jay with his cup hand before taking a deep swig. At the time, I didn't really think twice about it. I thought it was because of the band t-shirt and black jeans coupled with his intimidating demeanor. But we all know what they say about hindsight. Still, I believe there's a fine line where naivety ends and ignorance begins. Not willing ignorance, no, but a kind of subconscious overlooking due to a certain amount of exposure. I still don't know what side of the line I was on. No, sir, Jay wouldn't cause any trouble. He couldn't even hurt a fly if he wanted to, Alex chimed in with a laugh, his still damp clothes outing the lie amongst only us. He wrapped an arm around Jay's neck in a sort of half hug while Larry and his friend silently scrutinized us. They exchanged a series of glances and then nodded, seeming to have an unspoken conversation before Larry spoke again. Y'all boys remember the rules? We all nodded. And was y'all fixing to drink? We nodded again. $10 a cup, boys. No sharing, no refunds. I was taken aback by the sudden change in his tones and looked over to my friends. The emotion on their faces reflected my own. I thought back to the previous day and remembered the note on the fridge with the money. I smiled as I fumbled around in my pocket and produced a crumpled bill. I unfolded it and held it up like a trophy fish before asking if the guys had any more. They responded me showing their Hoover flags along with sullen looks on their faces. So with one parting look at the bill, I handed it over to the large man. Larry took the money without another word and handed over 2 red plastic cups, one to me and the other to Alex. I could almost practically taste the alcohol hitting my tongue in anticipation. He motioned to the keg and took another drink from his cup. I turned my head and caught Jay's eyes, giving him a reassuring wink before making my way over to the table. Larry and his friends stared at us with a gaze that burned holes in the back of my head while we filled our cups with the sweet, foamy liquid. We spent the next hour or so staying to ourselves around the fire eating. We'd chosen a spot on the far side, out of view of Larry and the beer table. Alex and I took turns refilling our cups when they were low, while discreetly passing some off to Jay each time. Whenever I refilled the cups, Alex would give Jay half of his drink and vice versa, and we thought we'd been pretty careful about it up until then. I made my final trip to the keg and noticed something odd. The flannel shirt guy was gone, leaving Larry standing there alone. He let me get all the way up to the table before stopping me dead in my tracks. "You and your friends enjoying the party there, son?" His voice held a devious undertone to it. "Yes, sir. Thanks again for letting us stay," I replied. The alcohol had already started working on my virgin brain half an hour ago, almost eliminating the nervousness I should have been feeling. "So what's this I hear about y'all sharing drinks?" Larry spat without skipping a beat. By the way, if they gave them $20, I mean, I get it that keggers, people have their own rules and stuff. But it's totally bullshit if the guy, like, they paid him something and $10 a cup is really expensive, especially for back in the 80s or 90s. And, like, I don't know, to be like, no sharing and all that. It's like they're 3 kids, and if they only have $20, obviously they're going to share. They're not going to drink more than their fill, though. With my guess is if they've each gone to get refills a few times, they've all maybe had like 2 beers. And yeah, I'm like, and if they really want to be dicks about it, they could just cut them off. They could just take their cups and be like, sorry, no more. But where this story is going is where they're going to do some sort of like a race hate crime because they didn't want the black kid it doesn't fully say what race he is, but he's from Chicago and it says dark skin. So I assume black, maybe Hispanic. With a name like Jay, I assume, yeah, probably black, but it's just such bullshit. Like the fact that he's gonna cause trouble and blah 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 and all this shit. Like, I don't know. Clearly it's gonna go bad in some way, but like at this point, once he started to give you shit like this, I would just be like, all right, well, we'll leave then, sir. Have a good night. Thank you for letting us. You know what I mean? Like, because at this point, like, you don't want to hang around with these guys anyways, because no one else is talking to you. Clearly, the one Larry just wants to be a dick, and maybe Terry's the nice brother, or maybe they're all just complete assholes, and you don't know. But yeah, it just Larry spat without skipping a beat. The buzz faded for a second, and my face flushed with hot embarrassment at his words. The 2-foot tall feeling crept its way into my mind, and I was suddenly aware of the sweat trickling down my back. I wasn't sure how to respond, so I didn't. I just stared at him with a dumb look on my face. The crowd of people, albeit began gathering around the far side of the fire, drawing my attention away from the brooding man. I had a sinking feeling in my gut as they moved faster, and shouting could barely be heard over the music. Larry chuckled menacingly as I ran over and found my suspicions confirmed. In the midst of the crowd were Jay and the flannel shirt guy, caught up in a struggle. They shoved away from each other as I spotted Alex, and it appeared it might be coming to an end. The flannel shirt guy was not done, however, and lunged towards Jay like a spear. Jay sidestepped and caught him with a powerful right hook that sent the man to the ground. Before Jay could do any more, Alex swooped in and wrapped him up in his arms, trying to drag him away. I broke through the crowd as people made way to help the fallen man, yelling for my friends to leave and slipping out in the commotion. Shouts and curses followed us as we ran the fields toward the path. Jay and Alex seemed to be arguing, but my mind was moving too fast to focus on anything but getting away. Larry stood like a watchful statue at the beer table as we neared the opening in the trees. My chest was on fire, but I kept pushing forward and repeating the same thing over and over in my head. Just get to the hill. Just get to the hill. I'm posting this in 2 parts because of how long it is. There is a character length restriction on this site, and I'm not that quick of a storyteller. This was a banger part 1, and I like it because it's very realistic. I'm very concerned that they're going to get back to the house, but then a lynch mob is essentially going to show up at this house, and they're going to say that Jay sucker punched him and blah, 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 even though I'm sure Jay was just defending itself. And as sad as it is, this is actually a very common story in the United States. Maybe not in the exact time that it's brought up, but when alcohol and whatever is involved in egos and testosterone, it's like this is a story as old as time where the one person who looks different comes to the party and people start fucking with him because they think they can get away with it, or they think that they're just racist, right? They're just racist. I mean, there's no other nicer way to put it, or there's no less succinct way to put it, at least. And so they let the younger kids come and play nice at first or whatever. Then they let them come, but it's really because they wanted to fuck with the black kid, is the way that now I'm interpreting this story, having read halfway into it. And it's fucked up. And it actually, if the story's going where I think I just hope it doesn't end with Jay's death, because I know that certainly is possible. And it's, and that's what I mean by it's all too common. I mean, it's so disgusting if you look up like the history of lynchings in the United States. Here, I'm actually going to do it. There's maps. I've seen them before. But essentially, I don't want a full lesson plan, but I maybe wanted to show a map. 73 years of lynching. This is lynchings per county. These small dots are 10. These big dots are 20. And these big ones are 200. And if you Google any state in the United States and just Google lynchings and like, you'll find recent histories where it's like, you'll think like, oh, Texas, like, yeah, I'm sure those happened, you know, in the 1800s, but it's like in Phillips County, 237 people were lynched during 1919 during the Elaine race riot. So there were 200 people in this area of Phillips County, Arkansas. And even in northern states, like, you know, and states that were later to join the Union, it's like you have you can read about, there are sites, there are places where you can go where this type of shit happens, and you're like, and it says to 1950 for this map, but this shit even happens still in the 70s, like, it didn't go away. This history of like racism and whatever doesn't go away. It's not always strictly because like this type of person was walking on the wrong side of town. Sometimes it's something like this where it's like, this black kid came to the party and he was trying to steal drinks and he didn't pay for drinks and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, and that was completely manufactured on their part so that they could manufacture some outrage amongst their group and then literally hurt or fight this kid, you know. And it's fucked up, you know. It's very sad. It's horrific. It's real life horror. And I don't know fully that that's going to happen, but it does seem like, with the fact that now this guy in the flannel shirt and Jay have now gotten in a physical altercation and all this stuff, my guess is this whole party of Hicks is going to be riled up. They're going to have no one to stop them. They know where this kid lives. They know where whatever. Maybe they're going to hide out in the forest and get away. You know, I don't know what's going to happen, but I do know that it's very sad, and it's very clear now that that's what this story is about, is kind of a racial targeted confrontation, you know, I would say, at least. And that is some very real fucking horror that people still in this country every day deal with. Maybe it's not as prevalent or whatever as it once was, but I mean, black males in this country still get a talking to from their parents. Every black man in particular, but black children get a talking to from their parents about how to, you know, not run, don't be aggressive with the police, don't do anything because you can get shot and killed. And they're literally, it's called the talk. Black parents have to give it to their children in the hopes of trying to save their lives from like police violence that what's the word, predominantly or unequally targets black people, but then also just in general, like situations like this where they're like, if you're ever at a party, you know, and, you know, everybody seems to be, you know, giving you the stink eye or whatever, just leave, like shit like that. And there's histories, it's so sad, but like there's histories where the police would, in these southern states like Mississippi and stuff, where they actually they would arrest black people or activists for petty crimes, whatever, because they didn't like them because they were protesting for civil rights or whatever. They literally would and there was a term for it. I forget what it is, but they would hold them until the middle of the night, and then at the middle of the night they would let them out. And who's waiting for them outside of the jail? But the local like KKK chapter, the local whatever racist people who some of them were police, but some of them weren't police. And so they would literally just let them go in the middle of the night and basically hand them over to racists to be beaten or to be killed. And it's super fucked up. I think it's Philadelphia, Mississippi is where the Freedom Riders and like one of the most famous cases of it happened, where the FBI actually went and investigated and like found the bodies of these, and they were white teenagers too. They were white college students who were doing the bus rides or whatever for civil rights. And yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I called it with the racist angle. I didn't want that to be what it was, but it's honestly, it's pretty heartbreaking and it's really sad. So I am definitely going to finish this story. I think I kind of want to let it sit right now that I kind of am pretty sure at where it's going. But yeah, now I'm just all the more convinced that 100% that this story is true, because I mean, look at that map I just showed you, you know, like, and I don't know, like, I'll be honest about this. You know, I live in Colorado, okay? Colorado was not a southern state, you know, like, and it was not even in the times um of like slavery or whatever. Um and that's the thing, is like lynching can mean different things, but typically it's basically just like racial violence, where a person is. So here's Colorado. You see down here there's a lot of dots, but there was a few dots. And this is census data from 1900 to 1931. But see, there's more than a few down here. And in every state there you can find sites. Um, and it's sad, it's fucked up. And they're not all black people either. They're, you know, some of them are Native American, some of them are, you know, it's it's just racial violence. Not always are people killed, but sometimes they're like beaten and tarred and feathered, or you know, there's lots of different ways that this can like rear its ugly head. Yeah, and it's just fucking sad. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's horrifying, uh, and it's horrifying how real it is. I was really just um this is the Library of Congress. Yeah, so we just looked at this map, but um yeah, the reason that I bring it up is because there were examples. This is obviously to 1931, but I remember there were some much later, like way later than you would think, that had happened. Uh, modern hate crimes and suspicious hanging deaths that evoke the nation's history of racial violence, while um, extrajudicial mob violence is essentially what it means. It refers to Emmett Till anti-lynching act, you know, because Emmett Till, I believe, is that where, I think that's about Black Wall Street and where that happened in Oklahoma, where he was killed, I think. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, uh, there are examples of it happening. Obviously, like people, you know, Ahmaud Arbery, fatal shooting while jogging in Georgia is as modern day lynching. So those are like modern day ones, but you look back to the 70s, and these are literally cases where people are hung from trees or people are like beaten to death and left with like signs with racial slurs and shit on them. And it's fucking, it's disgusting. It's horrifying. Here, actually, you know how I want to end this stream? I know it's it's maybe a strange ending, but I'm very moved by this story, obviously, and maybe this song is kind of the best way to do it. Billie Holiday. So this song was she was actually like blacklisted by like the FBI or whatever it's called. She essentially, they wanted to stop her from performing, playing this song. Uh, and the FBI, there were cases opened against her. You know, they busted her for like heroin possession and stuff. But in these like court documents and stuff, it's come out that they've been like, we don't like Strange Fruit and we hate it. And it's Strange Fruit is because we'll listen to the song. We'll listen to the song. Hold on, can we hear it? Is it playing?
And now a little tune written especially for me, Strange Fruit. Southern trees bear strange fruit, blood on the leaves and blood at the root, black bodies swinging in the southern breeze, strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees. Pastoral scene of the gallant South, the bulging eyes and the twisted mouth, scent of magnolia, sweet and fresh. Then the sudden smell of burning flesh. Here is a fruit for the crows to pluck, for the rain to gather, for the wind to suck, for the sun to rock, for the tree to drop. Here is a strange and bitter cry.
Yeah, it's a very powerful song. Obviously, it's about you know, a lynching. It's a horrifying song in its own right. The song is a horror story. I wanted to just maybe play that version. There are other versions that I listen to and that I've listened to in the past. But seeing her sing it live is obviously really powerful. It's an emotional song, and so I thought since it's a live stream, I should show a live performance of it. But yeah, I mean, it's just the truth. It's the history of our nation, and it's people like to act like, oh, well, like slavery wasn't that bad or this, or they like to use all these bullshit arguments. And it's like, bro, even after like slavery was over and you still had this shit happening. Yeah, nice history lesson about a terrible topic. Well, I think it's important because, a lot of people think that, like I bring it up because they're like, well, yeah, like, some people are bad apples or some people do this, but like there is an institutional history, like just for singing this song about a man, a black man being lynched and hung from a tree, just for singing this song, she was persecuted by the FBI and, whatever, just for singing the song. So you can imagine, how much the government had an interest in just burying this history and not bringing it up and not publishing it and not talking about it. So I think it's an important thing to talk about when provided with the opportunity. And this story certainly is leading me to that way. Is that how I hope it ends? Absolutely not. I think it's going to be horrifying either way. But yeah, I just it's something that I'm obviously passionate about. And I think the song kicks ass. I think it's a fucking great. I think if you want to teach people about racism, I think one great way to do it is just be like, why don't you listen to the song Strange Fruit by Billie Holiday and then look up what it's about and then read the history surrounding it. And just, to me, it's just a good example of, yeah, just the horrible history that was and still is, unfortunately, living on today in some ways. And yeah, I know it's a heavy topic, and hopefully people haven't like tuned out because I got on a soapbox about it. But I'm gonna start my next stream with finishing part 2 of this story. But I wanted to kind of let part 1 breathe because it is so serious, and it's it's unfortunate that just kids who are just looking, they weren't doing anything wrong. Like you could say, well, they shouldn't have been drinking or this or that, but like they're just trying to be kids and they're looking, they're high school kids and they thought it was okay if they went to a party, and it turns out this party they got tricked into going to, is the way that I see it. And it is a horrible, it maybe isn't a cult the way we normally think about a cult, where there's like a leader and they're gonna brainwash you and sacrifice you. But hate can be its own kind of cult, and it could be just as dangerous. You know what I mean? And getting tricked or getting stopped in the wrong area can be a death sentence for, certain people, and even today, or just, um, a few people's ignorance and hatred can spiral into some really horrific things. So that's where I'll end it today. I don't want to, this is supposed to be normally a fun horror story podcast, but this is shaping up to be a great horror story, just about like innocence lost and friendship, kind of juvenile friendship, maybe, helping helping to kind of bring people together, but that not necessarily being enough to protect you from the truly dark, malevolent forces that are in the world out there, and so, and that's heartbreaking and horrific just as it is. So that's where I'm gonna leave it. Because I wanna go to sleep. I don't want to stay up too late. I don't want to get sick because it's been going around. And I'm gonna try to just leave it there. But sorry to get all heavy at the end of the stream, but I go where the story goes, and I'm gonna keep going where the story goes. So I hope people I hope people will tune into the next stream where we will finish My Friends and I Found a Party in the Woods. We Shouldn't Have Stayed, Part 2. Because I'm really looking forward to seeing where this story goes, and seeing it for what it is, So thank you to the authors. Thank you, JahannJahann. I know I didn't have much to say about, like notes about the story and stuff. I do just want to say it's really good. I like it. It's very believable, and I'm bought in right now. So I kind of don't want to give all of my thoughts until I'm through the full story now. But I will finish it first thing on the next stream. So look forward to that. And great stories today. Thanks for the stream and letting me hop on for a bit. Yeah, Rude Dude, thank you so much for being a guest and coming on, and hopefully we can have you hop on in the future. And I hope that let's keep chatting, because I just want to find ways to collaborate more and with people. And I know that right now there's maybe not a full-fledged like way to do that in terms of like on a regular basis, but however I can do it, even in small little quick ways, I want to be able to do it. So thank you, my dude. I will see you guys in the next one. Hopefully, I think maybe this ended up being the heaviest end to a stream that I've had in a while, but hopefully you guys liked it. And if you didn't, then that's okay. And I hope you like the other streams then and the other future streams. But it was fun for me. And that's what I love about creepypastas, is they can go anywhere, and you can get a story about a eldritch mother giving birth in an underground hospital in one story, and then you can just jump into a story about the horrors of innocence lost and coming to terms with like racial injustice, and kind of realizing how dangerous some situations that can otherwise seem harmless could be. And that's horrific in and of itself. And both are, I don't want to say the other story is entertaining, but it is entertaining in that, it educates you and it's very realistic. And then on the other hand, we have completely absurdist and fun fun stuff on the other ends. And then, back to the first story. It's all right, Sully. Watch the replay. It was a good one. We have a story about a guy who gets fucking basically brainwashed by a fairy to fall in love with, and that's a really cool. It's so fun how we can just ping pong from all these different areas of horror and of storytelling. Super fun, super entertaining. I appreciate you guys. Sorry you missed the stream, Sully. Watch the re-upload. I'm sorry I don't stream at a more reasonable time, people. Rude dude, I know it works for you. It doesn't work for many other people, but hopefully I'll get some more daytime streams in the future. It just kind of depends on really my energy levels because I'm such a weird night owl. But thank you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you, friends and fiends, for watching the Red Death Mask stream. I will see you guys in the next one. Please go support all the authors, upvote, comment on their stories. Follow them on Reddit. Subscribe. Do all the stuff that you want to do. And after you're done with that, if you have time, subscribe to my channel too. If not, I won't hold it against you. Peace out. Love y'all. Adios.